to make sure you started the stream instead of what I just did, which is just to talk to myself for a couple of minutes. Hello, how are we doing? I'm just going to recap where we are from the last stream. So we now have a burning simulation. Things can set other things on fire. Lights will go out. We have sound effects. We had the ability to hook up sound effects. We had the ability for sound impacts as thing hits other things. A lot of this was lifted out my last game that looked like this, which is adapter. So as you can see, the lights are now on fire. They will go out in a moment. Everything's very quick. Obviously, there's not much point having a fire that takes this long, because if we take fire that takes this long, you wouldn't see everything in the fire. It'll be black by the time you got there. The idea is you stop the fire progressing. I'm trying to forget so you can see it all goes very black. So the goal today is to try and investigate and learn a bit more about Unity's density volumes. So density volumes allow me to set essentially how thick the atmosphere is. So if I do that, there you go. This is a perfect clear room with no atmospherics, no dust, nice and clean. And if I make this number go down and down, 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 see it starts to get thicker. And eventually starts to overwhelm the lights. Gets very, very dark. So here I can only see a meter. So you can still walk through. The goal here is to set up the ability for objects to exist within a non-global density volume and to affect the lighting. That's the sort of the goal. So to do this, I'm going to need two rooms. I mean, duh. Because I need to have one room that's foggy and one room that's not. So we're just going to very quickly make a another room. Obviously, at some point, making things look nice is on the list, but that's not for a while. As a rule, when you're making a game, making it look nice is and should be a long way down. One thing that I have said, and I still stand by it, is that you might get people playing your game due to the graphics, but you keep them playing it due to the gameplay. Why can I not snap that? I do have some quite nice graphics for this, but that will come later on. But what I will do in a second, I'll try and make this room look nice and light, and then the other room, not so much. Oh, slap the lighting on, so there's no lights at all in this room. But because that light there, that random red light, doesn't have any shadows, you'll see it through. You can see it through the floor and the ceiling. Got the shadows on, you can't see it through anymore. That red light really has no purpose, so. But yeah, don't we all love the volumetrics? I hope you do, because you can be seeing a lot of them. I love volumetrics, I do. Absolutely love them. So you've got lights that have, so if I put this light where I can't see it, I can still see it's that it's lighting up the atmosphere. If I turn off the volumetrics, it looks like that. If I actually put the light so I can't see it, you can see the volumetrics actually let's crank it up, there you go. I can have the light so I can't see the light at all, but yeah, you can see the atmospherics, which I'm not that happy with the density volume. It's a bit, make it a bit more. I got the issue, I can make it really high detail. Try 512. I'm not sure how much this will come across on the stream, by the way. Yeah, so then it gets sparkly. You can sort of see, I hope, yeah, you can just see it. So that stuff is actually moving downwards. very slowly. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to close Steam and I'm going to close the Xbox app. So anything else that might be causing, and Kira as well, because I'm not currently planning on printing anything. I was having all sorts of issues last time with the capture card and I never worked it out. Now I don't know whether or not I will be doing baked or unbaked lighting. That is a question for future me. Well, I will do that. So I'm just going to make this room nice and bright, nice and light. So a nice bright light. But this room, you say, will have a... I apologize, I'm doing it again. Let's get the inspector up. So this room will have a different density volume. So that's the global density volume for the whole universe. And this one is... Okay, so we'll do this, we'll call this entry room. The idea is that objects should exist within a density volume, and they can switch it. Even as I say this, I'm a bit concerned, like a question mark over how adjacent volumes might want to, but well, I guess we'll see. So here's our density volume for this, and we're just going to make this density volume bright red, just so I can see what's going on. So hopefully, you never know. Ah, yeah. Can we see the volume? Of course, that's not what I wanted to do. Ah. Right, so if I walk into this room here, it stops being red. Oh, so that's interesting. I can actually see the density volume from a different place. Again, these are new to me. These are pretty state-of-the-art rendering tricks. And I have made it quite very pea super. So, what's our current density volume? 250. So is that about right? Yes, it's 250. So in this room, we want this to be much less. Unity, density, volume, priorities. It might be that I can't actually do quite what I want. Can't see any priority option. The definition, sorry, the volumes have got a priority, but density volumes don't. Because volumes, they affect stuff like so volumes can affect fog, but in a they affect things in a much... I'm not even sure that's going to affect this. Yeah, that doesn't make any difference at all. Oh, okay, interesting. See, that's global fog, not volumetric fog. Yeah, welcome to my world. So that is pure fog, whereas the density volume... Actually, maybe I need to control it via this. That is possible. I need to control these instead. When I'm in this room, I can tweak the density. Let's just turn off the density. If I turn off the density volume, I go back to the global volume. I wish they didn't have the same name. That was 250, that was that. Okay, so I get much the same effect, but with none of the nice sparklies. I turn off the global volume's fog entirely, so that overrides. Hold on. So hold on. So maybe... So the issue here is I've got a fog in a volume, and then I have in a density volume more fog with different numbers. That's more than a little bit confusing. So if I make this one bright red, so that goes kind of red, and then I make the density volume bright green. So I have red. Ah, right, okay. So what's happening here is it's two systems working together or against each other. So where the volumetric fog, the density fog, sorry, is thin, you're seeing red because it's going through to the normal fog. So I'm wondering if I should just have this as kind of a thick-ish fog everywhere. And so if I wanted to make this less thick, can I increase that? No, because that just goes back to... So it looks like my choices are, and again, this is a learning process. This is the due diligence I have to do. So it looks like my choices are, I can have nice moving. I don't know if you can see the fog very slowly moving there. Let me just pop a nice object in just so I can show the shadows off. Blue Tristy, this is what all my future games will be written in. Like everything I'm writing from now on will be written using HDRP, almost without exception. So I need to learn it. I haven't done a HDRP game before. I have to learn it. So whether or not it is for something isn't really relevant. This is what I do as a living. I have to make sure I understand how stuff works. I have to understand the interplay between density volumes and global volumes. Now I can set the volume of all the fog everywhere. Now it is possible, but I didn't really want to do that. So if I make a little red box and I make this like small, I can have, I believe, a patch of fog there. I think. Yeah. So I can have patches of fog, and that's what I want, really. But I can't... Oh, maybe there is no such concept of priority. It's just that this box here just fits in this room. How is it so good? Well, I mean, if you can't already see how it's good, I mean, I'm not sure where to start. So light works correctly in this. Is probably the simplest version, the simplest answer. So if I bring this over again, I'll bring this underneath the light. You see that light is in a big foggy room. So if I bring the, I bring this across, apparently I can't do because I'm terrible. Go. So you see here, where there's no light, there's no fog either. You can see the edges of it. So you can make stuff look like it's actually in atmospherics. So if I turn this light, if I turn the volumetric off, that's what things currently look like with current sort of rendering tech. That's no, it won't, Si, because I'm sorry. I've got two capture cards and I completely forgot. I'm using the PCI one. The ironic thing is about what you've listed, and I'll show you the picture on Discord. Amusingly, I've already got one. But yeah, this is an I haven't seen the issues this stream, but this is an onboard PCI Express capture card. I don't know why I thought it was USB. I do, because I've also got a USB one. Yeah, so the point here, if I put the light where you can't see the light, oops, not entirely. So it's masked off by that cubey thing I did. And you're here, you can still see the effect of the light. You can see fog up there, and that's cool. But I have to learn it. So yeah, I think what happens is probably the global density volume goes away, probably, and we only have per room volumes. I think. Yeah, I haven't actually seen the capture card go wrong. I was kind of hoping that was fixed. Well, I closed a bunch of stuff to make it go. The light does not reflect. What do you mean by light reflecting? I mean, oh. So if I pop this... Oh. If I pop that there like that... Yeah, it is odd how it's kind of understanding where I'm going with this. So if I put the light so I can't see it, it is pure black where it doesn't do anything. But that can be fixed because I can... Let me just make a quick... Let me just 5 seconds starting this up so I can show you what I mean. But yeah, what do you mean by the light reflecting? Because this is the problem I have. People go photograph going, oh, the light reflects too much. What they mean is the specular highlights are too large, which is nothing at all. Right, so what you're talking about is, I say fixable, but is not going to be for this project for dynamic lighting. So, we've got the light behind something, so it's pitch black. But what I can do, and I will not be, but I will show you briefly, if I go to lighting and I bake. Now, bear in mind, this is not something it's not something I can do in Fortresscraft. No ifs, no buts, not possible. I'll speak again in 10 years. It is not possible on current levels of tech. But give it a moment, it's baking the lighting. Now, baking the lighting on adapter took us between 5 and 12 hours per level. And that is why it's not possible in real time. Oh. I needed to be static as well. Maybe rebake. Right. So now I've baked the lighting. That's actually not quite what I was expecting, I have to say. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I was expecting to have light bouncing round, but it's gone, nah. Let me crank that up again. But yeah, this technique is not applicable here. If I move the light now, oh, haha, probably helps if I tell the light to be, if I bake the light. But this does not, yeah, so you begin to see there, obviously it's very low and chunky, begin to see the light is bouncing around here. Do a higher resolution. Yeah, this took, for a tiny area, several seconds to do. And the problem you have there is that is not feasible for a computer game. I cannot have it take several seconds a frame. Or more realistic, if I crank the quality up, several minutes per frame. But you can see there that it's beginning to bounce around, it's beginning to illuminate stuff. But that is a non-real-time technique, and I will not be using it. I might be using it, just to make things complicated, but that is for performance, not for quality. Don't know why I just clicked that. But yeah, you're talking about, hey, global illumination, ray tracing, light bounces. That's not... That's... what? So, once I've done that, I can no longer move the light around. That means everything is baked and static and locked, and can genuinely take upwards of a day to bake at high quality. I'm doing a super ultra quick preview bake there. But my concern, my thoughts, is far more about volumetrics rather than light bouncing. How bright is that light? 4,000. See, this is the other thing. That's now 4,000 lumens. That's a projector. That's a bright bulb. That's because the density is far too high in here. Right, so there you go. Look if his whites are dark. Everything's got quite dark now. This is the other thing. When you've got all these density, so if I turn off all the volumes, it's all right. So it's possibly the global volume. So I think the global volume should be white. Right. Is it just that I need to clear the lighting again? You've made me break it. Yeah, I mean, well, volumetrics is easy, really. That's how the light looks. Let me make it brighter. There's how the light looks with volumetrics on. It is a big thing. That's how the light looks with volumetrics off. It is just, with volumetrics off, it only affects what it touches. It doesn't do anything in the air. With volumetrics on, it exists as a light. In this case, in a very smoky atmosphere. And that's the bit I'm fiddling with. So if I actually move this light source this way, so it goes into a different room, you can see that, you can see the effect it's having in the air. If I turn off the volumetrics, it doesn't look like a light anymore, does it? Now it looks fake. Imagine this is a smoky room. There's the lights moving through a smoky room. And that means if you can't see the light, you can still see the effect of the light. And then you have, stuff moving through the air. And then, you've got if I had some more detail, you've got nice shadows and things. Oh, there's no lights in this room. But yeah, you can see that the spotlight is doing a nice job. For some reason, though, I've managed to make everything very dark. And I'm not sure quite what I've done. Like where like all of this is black. Why is it black? Yeah, so it means that the light source exists and affects the air that it travels through, as opposed to with regular lighting techniques. I mean, to bear in mind, this is a more subtle. Indirect intensity doesn't do anything. In fact, it will very specifically go, that doesn't do anything. I should maybe no. I mean, that's not... I mean, I did about 40,000, not Kelvin, 44,000 lumen is that's insanely bright. But I'm not sure why. Yeah, so you can also do stuff like that. You can set the size of the light. So you can have big dim lights, like, a light that's 5 meters across, or you can have a light here that's very, very small, which you shouldn't have because you do get... You see the softness of the shadows. Obviously now the light is too big to fit into that spot. But you see the shadows here. If I put that to 0, you get very, very sharp lighting. And as the light gets bigger, you get softer and softer lighting. Let me turn off that second volume. I think I want the global density volume to be kind of a nothing, like that. Like almost nothing at all. It might just be I just don't have anywhere near enough lights in the world. So if you look at something that people complained about in Fortress Craft was, it all looks too dark and I can't make it, you know, as they've got, what they do in Fortress Craft, they put one massively bright light and then go, why is it look so blown out? Because in reality, you don't just have one light. If you want something to be evenly lit, you put many, many, many lights around. And same thing, I've just got one big ass light in the middle of the room. Whereas in, you know, in reality, you're much more likely to have a setup more like this. And that's much more how you would actually light a room. Now, the problem with that, unfortunately, is it's not really feasible with sort of current gen computers. So if I now create a thing in the middle of the room, you'll see this thing. It's got lovely lighting. Don't get me wrong, because you can see all the different shadows and everything. But that's becoming quite a demand. Yeah, but I'm not doing light bounce because I'm not doing bake lighting. I may do bake lighting, but kind of the goal. So if I run the game again, if I just click randomly on stuff, come on, select something smaller. Yeah, so if I put the density back up to where it was, which is 250. 25 even. And I run it. So the reason I can't have bake lighting for this is because I do have a kind of a plan and a goal. And the plan and goal is... Let's put it on the screen. Yes, my frame rate's already plummeted to 19. So I have some performance work to do before I get too far. But right now, I'm doing what's called due diligence. But you notice see now all of the lights have stopped working. You've just got the safety. In a minute, the fires will go out, and then at this point, it's going to be pretty black. But this is why I cannot have bake lighting, because I can't turn bake lights off. But that's what I want for this. I want stuff to go black, really nasty dark, so you have to start using portable lighting. I think it looks really awesome. I mean, that looks fantastic. It's wrong, but it looks fantastic. But I'm just trying to work out how the hell it does it. So the two density volumes do stack. So that means that this density volume should probably be... Now what I don't know, for example, is if I'm inside 10 density volumes, does it sum them all up, or does it apply all of this to 10 volumes? Which would obviously be a problem. This is one of those that I will sort of prototype up a level, and then at the end of it go, oh wow, this one's like utter shit, I can't do this technique. Or sometimes you go, wow, this is brilliant. So there we have a small a small density volume inside a large one, inside a larger one. So what I want to do is I want to get the lighting to look right, as if we were... What's the word? Okay, so it's the volumetric fog that's causing us grief. I probably don't want actual fog. Oh, I can't turn it off. I turn off the density volume. It's still there. Entry room volume. There we go. So I want this density volume to apply almost nothing to it. And this is actually maybe I should just not have any And yeah, much as I would love to have lights like that, that ain't going to happen. So I'm left with a single 1 meter light. Doesn't have to do some weird stuff up there though. There we go. That'll do for the mo. So there is a little tensy hint. Wait, why is there a hint of fog? Now I don't think that means... So in a density volume, fog distance is at which is how far you can see. In the global volume, volumetric fog distance is how far away it renders the fog. So here, at 50 meters, it's not drawing any fog. That's kind of my clip. So it's more than a little bit confusing. It's just like there we go, right. Now I should be able to turn on localized fog. And if I move out of there, this is no... Oh, that's... I dread to think how expensive this is. Kind of the idea with Fortresscraft 2 is I want to ship it and I want to work on it for a long time. So this means that I can set the bar very, very, very high now, because in 10 years' time, it's just, you know, bog standard. So what happens when the... Ah, so you can see the edge of the box. There we go. So now that room is foggy. Misty foggy. And this room is not. Now, probably what I will do, at least for time being, is keep it like that. That seems to work quite well. We have one room that covers that and one room that covers this. It's very hard to actually line these up. Where's my handles? In this case, we don't want the fog fading off at the edges of the room. But it should mean in the corridor between them, we'll get a crossfade. Now, I do have a problem for future Adam, which is how exactly do I generate these procedurally? But I don't have to worry about that today. That is a future problem. So right now we have two very boring volumes, both incredibly thick. But now I can pretend that room's on fire, and I can pretend that this room is not. So now when and obviously, it probably doesn't want to be white, it probably wants to be... Oh. Right, so black fog does not do what I expected it to do. Oh, it does. Okay, so 10 meters is actually... Yeah, let's try 2. So let's see. Let's say I don't have a plan for this. I don't have like a script. I'm just working, and quite a lot of people last time went, could you do more of this? So I thought I'd do more of this. So this room. Okay, I want the fog on. It has to be like 5,000, something like that. So yeah, this room has just got a little bit of mist. This one, on the other hand, is a room that's been actively... Oh, haha. Yeah. So what's happening here is imagine this room I'm coming up to is full of smoke and particles. So that light is shining into this room. Cool. Right, that's kind of where I'm going. Now I'm going to need me a script. Now this is where I find that, what I'm going to call it, I'm going to call it volumetric manager. I guess I will call it volumetric manager. No, I'll call it volumetric volume. So each burnable should exist inside a volumetric volume. I know, so I love this. I know it's about to tell me. It's about to tell me the solution has changed. I want to reload. In a dialog box, it's hidden behind a whole bunch of other dialog boxes. Right. I wonder if I can just. So I need a way for all of the burnables to say which volumetric volume is my parent. Or it could be the other way around. Public void get all burnables. Tell all burnables they exist in us. In theory, might cause Anderson, there's name in might, and then I. Issue if they move between volumes, but in practice, it's a very small number. Because I don't want to do this a lot, because I'm in my mind expecting somewhere in the region of 10,000 burnable objects in a level. Okay, so density, volume. So y in that. Now density volume equals get component. Okay, so physics, box cast, no, box, no, box something, box, overlap box? Find all collide, right, there we go. Because each burnable object needs to know within which room, essentially, it lives in. Server only. Clients get informed of volumetrics. Actually, do I need to do that? Not sure. Right. Transform dot position, comma, extents. Now I'm hoping that LDV dot size. Okay. Dot parameters dot size. Yeah. Now I mean either twice as big because this wants the half extents. I suspect that's divided by 2. Okay. Public. So now each burner will know who it is. So on start, get all burnables. No, hold on. I want the equals LA cot, so if LA cols I dot attach rigid body is null, we're going to skip because it doesn't have anything to do. I dot attach rigid body dot get component burnable. Should be dot length. If L burnable. So, because a burnable object might consist of many colliders, but only a single parent object. Set owner, L owner. This. Do I care if it exists in more than one? Probably not. Okay, so then a burnable will say void. What would you call it? Public void add. Add particulates sounds like a very long thing to type. So let's do that. Okay, so I've decided that it's about 5,000 is clean. 5k to 10k is clean. Well, let's call this clean distance. Distance is less than clean distance. I multiply by 10, I could just add more. There we go. And just trying to work out if I need to run this on the client. I don't think I do. I think it'll be fine if I just run this on the client. I don't think it needs to be server only, because it's just a graphics thing, not a state thing. Unless, so this would also take into account how nasty it is to be in there. So if you've got a particulate filter, or if you've got oxygen, it would work harder there. Now, hopefully this is simple, and that will just be dot parameters dot fog. I bloody hate Unity sometimes. Well, it's got to be inside parameters somewhere. I have a horrible feeling it's anisotropic. Oh, form materializes. I think it used to be called mean free path. Never worked correctly. Will be removed soon. I think. Oh yeah, it's mean free path. So in the editor, it's called fog distance. Internally, it's called that. Right. If we're burning, if M owner null, our particulates, let's add 100 for sake of why not? And if if distance is less than 0, distance equals 0. Well, in theory, you never know. I should be able to set fire to the object, and the room should get more smoky and dark, and then it should then clear up again afterwards. Might even work. Let's find out. It is working. It says... Oh, That's maybe a little bit too much. But it did work, although it wasn't very... what's the word? Good. I mean, so I'm not simulating smoke bouncing around. I just have a global number that just says we are getting more burny, more smoky. But in theory, if stuff gets blown into another room, they'll make the other room a bit more smoky. But I would want this to take a while. I want it to take a while in both directions. We're now down to 3,500 meters of fog. I mean, maybe 5,000 was a bit too clean. It may also... This might want to be non-linear. But I can't actually tell the difference between 1,500 and 5,000. So let's make the clean distance 1,500. That's the thing. Apparently, you're supposed to be subtle with lighting effects, and I just don't want to be subtle. That saves it. Yeah. It's a bit sudden. That's sort of, as the lights are going out, it's arguing. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, honestly, I think I might want to take that down to like 128, which surprises me, I have to say. Make that even slower. This is... Like right now, this I'm saying that is my... I should probably get proper lighting in here as well, because I do have the issue that this is just ridiculous. Obviously, the goal is it'll be well lit and shiny and awesome when you enter, and then not so much after a little while. Oh. It's too high now. But I was genuinely not expecting to have a foot falling of 128 meters as the kind of clear. But I guess I should probably light the room correctly. But in theory, it's working. It's not tuned, but it is working. And the current setup means it will take about 2 minutes to clear. Okay, that's pretty cool. I can't see shit, which is obviously the goal. Oh, I can see the light coming from there. And as these go out, okay, that's actually spot on. That's exactly what I want. If you've ever watched a film about fire, you know, like Backdraft or something, that is what you would expect. Now it's recovering, so it take about 2 minutes to clear the room back to normal. Again, I hope this comes across on stream, because obviously it's going to get compressed. That's pretty cool, isn't it? I hope that's come across. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. What I will do is I will reduce the size of the volumetrics again. I'll tell you what. Let's also let's also I have also do something I'll say slightly more interesting. Because I want to show off the fact the lighting is changing, the volumetrics are going, and all of that. If you've ever played a game I've written before, you will know that these are one of my perennial favourites. Which actually might not work too well with volumetrics, because the one thing about volumetrics, it has to be reprojected. You can't calculate it every frame. If I spin this around, it might actually begin to look blurry. Oh no, that seems to be alright. I do notice it does seem to have... Alright, yeah, we've got the volumetricsness and then where it actually hits. So that's just the volumetrics, and they will... But then they have this on the ceiling, don't you? They tend to be up here a bit more. And I'm not going to cast shadows from these because they're going to be quite expensive. Where's my room? Lost it. Okay, that's better. And they really don't need to be that far. 4 meters? 8 meters. 8 meters seems good. A little bit confused why. It's because the range is so low. No. Because they're too dark. Oh, right, because I was setting the temperature, not the color. Yeah, so in theory, then we should see those change a bit more over the course of this moving. Probably helps I tell them to spin, doesn't it? What axis? Not that one. Not that one either. Oh. Well, aren't I stupid? Yes, I don't know if you can see that there as I move a volumetric light source, it leaves behind a kind of a glow. You can updo it in real time, but it's not sort of current hardware levels of performance. Was it X? No, it's Z. Possibly a bit fast. Just see what this does to the yeah, can we still pick out lights? Because I can make obviously some lights invincible to fire. But this has got the sort of combination of the smoke and the oh yeah, you can still just about see it, and it's still a bit sudden, which is annoying, but I'm not that sure how to fix that. Because it needs to be a very non-linear arrival in that case, which means I want to convert from a linear distance to a non-linear distance. I don't know, I think is the short answer at the moment. I just want to see how that looks. I am having fun blowing stuff. But yeah, there you go. You can see the I've put it not in the middle. How do I manage that? Yeah, so when it's volumetrics don't do very well with rapid movement. This year. And this is you reproject. You take into account the fact that they lights don't tend to move that much. It's not bad, I guess. Sorry, what do you mean at this level? What, this low? Burn. Oh, I forgot. I actually have. See the lights reflecting there. However, the bittiness is still very high of these. Volumes. That's not making any difference. So it's not that. Is it this? Oh, fire room volume. Okay. 16 better. See, the fog is just kind of flickering. I can make the fog not by making it nice and big. But then it's just kind of not detailed enough. Like it doesn't like bits in the air. It looks like massive weird chunks. Maybe 4? I don't know. So, let me light the room some more. And I'll pop my spinny light in the corridor. What I want to do is I want to keep sort of throwing everything at this until the performance just dies, and then work out where the bottleneck is, because I am doing a lot of stuff here that I won't say I probably shouldn't be, but I'm overdoing stuff without any concern for performance right now. I will worry about performance in the future. But yeah, as I was saying, in reality, rooms are not lit by tiny little spotlights. They are evenly lit. And even these ones, I think the lights could do with being a bit. So I do have some nice graphics. I say this is placeholder, because the next step is to work on the scorching. So as well as the 2 out of 1. So as well as the volumetrics, I am also just going to cover the world in decals. But this game has to be pure real-time lit, because like AVP, if you're old to remember AVP, I want the world to go dark. So I want the game to start off with beautiful, shiny floors and everything, and then end up covered in nasty, nasty, nasty horror. So there we go, that's a bit more. I also probably want the rooms quite brightly lit, because then the volumetrics will cut through nicer. Again, I have zero idea on the issues we'll get from the performance in this. I really, really don't know. Although as the lights go out, the performance will come up. So I might be limited to 4 lights in an area, or 104. I don't know. That looks awesome. I'm super happy how it looks, just not how it arrives. And I'm going to need to mentally work out a way of having a linear fogginess that turns into a non-linear thing. I love this. Max Shadow request count reached. Okay, but I mean, I'm running at 50 frames a second. I suspect my PC's running quite hot. There you go, it's coming back now. Oh, not all of the lights caught fire. In fact, almost none of the lights caught fire. That's amazing. It's just like, yeah, there's just too many lights. Can you be a bit more... me try twiddling. There's a couple of options to twiddle. So twiddling them. But yeah, I'm amused that none of the lights caught fire. There was just too many lights. I might have to put more barrels around. What should happen though... hold on, I appear to have a derp here. What have I done? Oh. I had two lights inside each other. There we go. But yeah, at a Kerber, I'm curious what you mean by like this level, like because I'm not doing much coding. I mean, there will be plenty of coding, but right now, I'm. And I want the lights to catch fire, and they should set each other on fire. So this burning light here, it's not quite close enough. This one will, though. But that's 100% the look I'm hoping for. Just like that. That's great. It's thick and foggy. In a minute, I'll stick a torch on the player as well. Just so we've got one. Oh, did all the lights fail? Oh no, yeah, there you go. So as the smoke clears, we do have some light still. That one isn't burnable. We have our... well, thank you. I'm glad it's interesting. That is certainly the goal. Still not happy with the... look of that at all. I don't know why. I don't know what I would do to fix it. It's just not detailed enough. And if I make it detailed, it just gets very sparkly. Because I'm moving very, very quickly through. A bit too sparkly for me. Possibly I can fix this with... in fact, Todd's not here, so he can't shout at me. Noise. So I usually put quite a lot of noise in my games, a lot of film grain, because it covers up... Again, you won't see that on stream. I doubt. That's film grain off, film grain on. From my point of view, though, that covers up a huge, huge multitude of sins. Like, it provides fake dithering. It just makes everything look so much better. Right. So, one of the things I wanted to try and do with the burnable... on collision. Stay. Populate vector 3. Last impact point. Last impact Vec, I guess. I need to put down, this is just a cheap way of doing it. Normal, I suppose, yeah. Collision.contacts.length equals 0, return. I will just draw this. Draw arrow. Oh, did I not draw? No, extensions.draw arrow, debug arrow? I don't know. Dot position. Oh. Last impact point. Back. In theory, that's draw an arrow where I... Oops, that. In theory, I should draw an arrow the last place I should hit. And that's where I will try and put a decal or a decal. Yes, if I were to put decals down, it will be there. Because right now, they are in the wrong place. Transform to position. Last impact point. So actually, there's no way that'll be. Yeah, last impact point. Last impact back. Object of transform forwards equals L. There we go. So hopefully, I mean there are scorched decals already. You probably can't see them, but I want this to be covered. Having played Viscera Cleanup Detail, they did a superb job with decals, and that was Unreal 3. So the burning ones should be. Yeah. Should be drawing decals on the floor. Right, once a second, it should just put a decal where that arrow is. No? I mean, it's putting some down. How many years? Oh, that's the ignition. Right, that's a large. That should be a large one, not a small one. Let's see small decals. Now, hold on. I want to grab this out of a different project. Yeah, it was under. What was it called? It wasn't under. Bollocks, what do I call it? Not Martian. Is it Martian Rogue? Yeah, 20 calculations. Okay, I've been here somewhere. I'm going to search this, by the way. I'm going to go hit play. I'm going to go. What on earth? SC. Huh? S. Fuck. Does anyone know what's going on? And then I might be able to find it because it'll be inside these folders here. But what? What the hell's going on there? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Yeah, look. I'm gonna leave that there and grab a drink, and you guys can say what. Just to be clear. So I know you can navigate these using a pad, but oh, is it my steering wheel? No, it's not my. I'll unplug my Xbox. So if I use my Xbox pad, I can make it other directions. I'll unplug my Xbox pad. There's nothing on my keyboard. I'm gonna get a drink. You guys can work it all out. No, nothing fancy. I will unplug my keyboard. So it's not my keyboard. My keyboard's no longer plugged in. Now my mouse is no longer plugged in. I do use something called mouse without borders though, so it could be one of the other computers. Ah, hold on. I think I might know what it is. So I'm actually running 3 computers here, all networked together as one. So if I unplug the keyboard... Apparently not. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could reboot to fix it, but I'll just ignore it until I can't. It only appears to be Windows. It's not doing it in like Notepad or anything. How weird. But it's not everywhere. Like I would have spotted my computer continually scrolling up. In fact, I might already have this one. That'll make life easier. There you go, that's what I wanted. God, I love decals. They're just so awesome. I put this in line with the floor. Come on. Don't be anywhere near that this thick either. I don't know quite what the performance issues are. Decals are new to me. I kind of wanting it to be darker though. Oh, hold on. I feel it should be. Yes, it should look like that. But it's only affecting the normal. Not getting any darker. That is so cool. So there I've got an oil patch on a normal. So you can see it's all affecting and working on top of each other. It's kind of set to be bright red now. Oh. It is. It's just a bit more subtle than I was expecting. But not red though. Why is it not red? I mean, it is working. It's just more transparent than I had expected. I expected it to be much darker than that. Maybe I should do that thing I said I should do, and I should be, you know, subtle. It feels weird saying it. Okay, so now the burnable, instead of using small Swatch 1, it will use Blast Mark 1. Now, this is one thing I have got good at over the years, is making rapid iteration. So all I've done there is grabbed a texture, and I've already explained to the game that it's a new thing and when to use the new thing. And then I need to do is errors. Huh? What? Now, was there something else in this folder I copied across? Oh, yeah, whoops. Yeah, so I've added in a few seconds, literally a few seconds, assuming I have the ability for new things in the game. And that's really important, that I am capable of iterating rapidly, because it's just me. So somewhere, it should be... Right, well, exactly. Just put it a little bit up, like 1 centimeter up. It was at a slightly fancy angle. If state timer is greater than 1 hour. Don't also ignite everything on the first frame. ... Let me pause it if anything else blows up. Where's the blast mark on? Where's it gone? There's the other one. And it's pointing... Yeah, oh, so... Wait, what? Blue is down? But literally upside down. Why? This one works over here. Ah! No, it does not. Why does it suddenly start working? Ah, hold on. Something to do with light? Oh, does it not update them? Oh, for heaven's sake, Unity. It doesn't update them when the game is paused. That means that the decals are running in a bad, naughty way. Naughty Unity. Right, so where is that blast mark? Is it upside down? That's fine. All I need to do when I do these things is to have them... I might be able to tell them to be two-sided. That's better. One of the things I want to get here with all of the tech I've got is the juxtaposition between the start and the end. So why is that? So that I meant to bring them up. What was that? Okay, just by. So if you've been watching our nightly streams, you'll know that one of the things I complain about is stuff floating over other stuff, and that's why. So I've just moved it up by 5 centimeters, which you won't be able to spot on the stream, and I will not be able to spot on Unity. But in VR, something floating 5 centimeters above something else, he'll spot that. It's pretty good, isn't it? Now, it's a shame you can't do volumetric ones, because really what you want is, oh, how to describe it? Like a scorch mark to be in all directions, but to coin a phrase, it doesn't work like that. So whilst we're burning, once a second, we'll also put down scorch marks. On the last thing we touch. Now, right now, it's unlikely we'll get any scorch marks on the walls. It's also very likely it's going to get very dark here because there's no randomization. Also, that doesn't look like a scorch. That's just an art issue. Why do you look so terrible? I should probably apply some idiot checking. Because when the barrels explode... Yeah. Will it be for BR? Yes. Does that change anything? Yeah. Close that a sec. Why am I running at 2 frames a second? It's obviously wrong. Let me just turn that off a moment. Right, I will never, ever, ever click looking for Bruce group ever. Unity. Why? Go away. Why am I unable to close or pin this? Let me stop the game running. Maybe that's what's causing it. So, I'm not completely incompetent, I promise. Oh, that's probably the same bug with the things moving around, isn't it? How do I kill the Xbox overlay? Xbox Services app? Nope. Oh, I wonder what it's called. So I can't click on anything because it's animating around and nothing appears in my taskbar, you see. Well, that's very annoying. Oh, it's my frame rate's come back. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is my main issue is performance. And you can't see it because I can't even move this round. I can just put it somewhere else. I really don't know what to do about this continually moving... I'll tell you what I'll do. I can, if I just type there, let me just disconnect all the other computers because I'm not using them right now. No, it's still doing it. So it's just this computer. Oh, maybe it apply. Yeah, so it's just this computer doing it. It's like there's a joystick somewhere. I don't have any joysticks plugged in. I don't believe. I can't use. Oh god, I'm gonna have to get this control panel without using the start menu. How do I even do that? I need to get to... Sometimes I have it on my desktop, I just don't think I do on this computer. Can I do it from here? No. So this is... See, I can't click on these things because it's... I can't even, like, click on it because it's like, oh no, you've scrolled away. What the fuck is it? Hello, Darren. Oh man, I am totally up for any ideas on how to stop my computer doing this. Like, the problem is I can't go to the control panel to see if there's anything plugged in. Because I can't type anywhere. Because it's busy scrolling through all of my windows. But I'll say unplugging the... It's not... It really feels like a joystick. How the hell do I get to the control panel without using the start bar? Because that's the settings menu. Oh wait, has it stopped? No. Well, I don't know. Okay. Unplugging everything is not an option. I don't know how much you've got plugged into your computer. I've got a lot plugged into mine. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe I should unplug the steering wheel. I did say I did, and then I realised, actually, I didn't. It's not that. I mean, I can reboot. Windows key plus X. Alright. I didn't know that was a thing. I don't think any of these take me to the correct place. But I can click on that. That's a start. Unplug everything. Love it. Wait. What? Okay, I'll do it next one. Okay. I have unplugged that, so I don't think it's that. I don't have anything else that's liable. Well, I love this as well. My VR heads. None of my VR headsets are plugged in. I don't really want to have to reboot because it's a pain in the ass. But I guess I will have to reboot. Oh. How am I going to reboot? Alright. Well, I'll be back in a minute. The stream won't stop. Right, I am back. And it is working. So it was a software thing of some sort. To be fair, I don't ever turn off my computer. I just put it to sleep at night. So something obviously went wrong so much that it confused the hell out of it. I like the way it made a noise for me rejoining the thing I was already on. I've never tried to use Linux in any serious way. I know Linux has got a lot better, but I'm primarily a developer of computer games, and computer games are primarily on Windows. And the one thing I haven't done is I haven't reconnected my mouse without borders, so let's just do that. See if it suddenly goes wrong. No, it's fine. Go figure. Note to self, reboot like once a week. Right, where were we? That looks odd. I kind of like the soft light, by the way. It doesn't have doing some weird artifacts. I was getting errors. Anyway. Let's hope I didn't lose anything. Don't think I will have. I forgot what actually the issue was now. I forgot why I was trying to go and do something in Windows, but let's just see where we were. Windows key plus I. There's a lot of shortcuts, isn't there? Oh, that's still my old car. Oh, I love that car's wheels. Which one is... Yeah, there we go. So, I may have to think about that some more. So, one of the things is that the aligning decals is not a straightforward thing. It's just not. Like, I wish it was. But this is one of those things where I need to apply my experience, and I'm not hubris, it's not the right word. I once worked with a guy, lovely bloke, and we wanted to do something, and he was like, oh yeah, well, we'll make it better than they did it. I was like, well, what makes you think we are better than them? Like, this, all these other games have got this issue. Oh yeah, but we'll do it better. I'm like, don't try. I have played a lot of games with decals in them, and they always have issues. They always have weird splats and splurts and all sorts of issues. So I'm not going to try and fix it. All I do need to do is rotate it though. pretty good actually in it. I'm quite pleased with that. Then it gets all thick and foggy. That's how it looks. There's Daisy PlayStation 2. Daisy PlayStation 3. This is possible non-console territory. Not this gen. Maybe next gen. That's exactly the look and feel I'm going for. I met the reflection probe update in real time as well. Just for now. Real time, every frame. Oh. Can't actually set the modes anymore. With reflection probes, I would like to be able to update them irregularly, but blend it. So update it once a second, but blend it with the last one. Right, spawn decal. Actually, I can just do spawn decal. L object transform dot rotate. It's probably going to be 0 LL rot 0. I hope. Yeah, so part of what I'm doing here is perspective. This isn't necessarily going to be a game. I've got a good idea for a game, and as I said, there are a number of things I need to do before I can ship Fortress Craft 2. And mastering HDRP is one of them. So this is HDRP. This is Unity's current state-of-the-art rendering pipeline. Now, bear in mind, I'm not planning on starting Fortress Craft 2 until November. It's a long way away. And then on top of that, I want to continue to develop the game for 5+ years. That means that whatever is a slow and chunky card when I ship is not when I finish development. I think what I might do, by the way, I in this, try and make it a bit more linear. So distance minus equal. Okay, yeah, so I just do that times distance. That should start off very quick and then slow down. Now, because I've turned on real-time reflection probes, that's just a reflection. Now that's probably not very feasible. It's cool, but it's probably outside of the realms of what I can get away with doing. Much as I might like to. But it's the same thing with Fortress Craft. I mean, when Fortress Craft came out, we were still using 32-bit rendering. Sorry, 32-bit programs. By the time Fortress Craft finished, I wasn't supporting 32-bit anymore. So yeah, stuff does move on. One of the good signs about... Oh, there you go. Ah. That was possibly a bit too fast, but that was a lot more linear, wasn't it? Shall I actually pay attention to it this time rather than getting distracted? Now, something I've mentioned before, I have written games for many, many, many years. Right, professionally, I've been writing games for over 20 years. It's very rare I get distracted with the game, and I keep getting distracted with this one, going, ooh, and and that's pretty, and it's blown up. Yeah, it's too fast, but it is linear. So, let me... Like, that was about the right sort of rate for 10 objects. Let's just make it 10 times slower. But yeah, I've got a number of games in development at this point because I said to myself I wanted to ship a number of different games between Eden and Fortress Craft 2. That should get a little bit of... yeah, a little bit. It is actually possibly still too much. Because when they all go off... I don't know, I quite like that. Hey, Kerber, have you played the remake of Fortress Craft on Steam? So I re-released Fortress Craft on Steam with, I say state-of-the-art support, but like modern... We redid it for Steam. Let's phrase it like that, it's easiest. So if you're a fan of the original Fortress Craft, I would recommend that you check that out. So I did release it. I did tell everybody I could, but it's amazing how many people just don't know. Because everyone said, re-release it, re-release it, re-release it. So I did. And it did not sell very well. Like 250 copies or something? I really like that book. That's still possibly a bit too fast. But that looks sweet. I'm really happy with that, how that looks. I'm going to stick that in Discord. Again, you are watching a very compressed version of this, so it will not look as good for you, and I'm sorry. So just take a series of screenshots over a few seconds for the Discords. But right now, I'm mostly focused on simulation and rendering. I will be doing some gameplay stuff, but probably not today. I have an idea for a game that might be fun, might not be. I'd like to give it a whirl. So yeah, Fortress Craft on Steam does everything the original does, but with much bigger draw distances. It's got full Steam integration, full Steam networking. It works. So if you like the original, this is quite literally the same game. Oh, that's cool. So the scorch marks have gone a bit batshit, but that doesn't really surprise me. I wonder what I could do about scorch marks. The thing is, it spawned the scorch mark at that angle because that was the angle the object was at that point. So some of them worked, and some of them didn't. In fact, most of them didn't. The blast marks all work. Let me just check these two decals are the same. They are. I mean, this is the wrong decal. I mean, obviously that doesn't look like a scorch mark. That just looks like, I don't know, something. I love decals. I love them so much. Doom, the Doom engine, was it Rage? ID7, I think it is. I think Doom was ID6 and Doom Eternal was ID7, but it makes massive use of decals. And decals are genuinely amazing bits of tech. Because they let you do stuff. So, there we go. So I've got all these crates. They're all the same. They render really fast because they're all the same. And they've all got... but they are all the same. And if I want to make the crates different, that takes up a shit ton of texture space. Because I have to have different texture. I want 10 barrels, each numbered 1 to 10. I need to create new ones. What I can do is I can paste that in as a child. So what I could do is I can make the blocks grimy. That's not quite as... I do love the way Unity, though. It's got these little handles to make things different sizes, but they don't work on a lot of the new tech. Yeah, so you see, I can make that box a bit grimy, yeah, which is cool, but not quite what I want. What I can do is I could label the box by using a different decal texture. There you go. We now have a Projector Games branded box, and as the box moves, the decal moves with it. How awesome is that? So that I can have all these different boxes all labeled uniquely and differently for whatever reason I want in the game. I wonder how I make the box less deep. There we go. I'm assuming the shallower the decal, the more performance it is. But again, I don't know. Decals are a new thing. They're not a new thing to me, but they're a thing that I have only just got the ability to use. But that is super awesome. It's super, super, super cool. Yeah, I mean, Shalkar is right. I mean, I continue to develop Fortress Craft for an awful lot of time when it wasn't making any more money. I mean, I'm not saying you should be, but I'm going to say, are you a Patreon? Because we do have a Patreon, and that's what funds the development of pretty much everything I do, in fact. So, you know, if you want more shit, you need to be a Patreon. And, you know, and again, I want to be clear, I do listen to everyone, but I do listen to people who give me money more. So, my Patreons obviously get to dictate a lot more where things go. Why is it not... Oh, hold on, maybe I need to... effect emission, there we go. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I can have a decal that is glowing, but it doesn't seem to listen to the alpha. Again, I have to learn this stuff. You know, this is something that I am in the process of understanding. And I don't understand I might get a mask for it, you say? Odd. I just wanted to make it glow, you say? I keep saying you see. But just the text, not the transparent bit. And I genuinely don't know why. Huh. But yeah, I stopped development of Fortress Craft twofold. One, it wasn't selling enough for me to work on. Not, oh, I want to be rich, but genuinely, it wasn't making. I was losing money by working on it. I can't do that. Much as I might love Fortress Craft, and I do, I cannot work on stuff that I lose money for. Secondly, the Patreon was not making enough money to warrant developing Fortress Craft as a loss leader. If I'm making, and this is the thing, when you actually get down to the nuts and bolts of game dev, the Patreon would need to be pulling in probably $10,000 a month to pay for 3 people to work on the game. Now the problem is, even as I say that, I'm like, oh, that's a lot of money. Oh, that's not right. The thing is, a lot of people use Patreons as additional income, but we're talking about a game that was basically selling nothing by the end of its lifetime. So, that means that is entirely funding. It's not that plus my day job. That's all the money. And that's something that some people don't seem to realise. Is like, if I don't have any money coming in, I can't pay my rent. I need to stop development entirely and go and get a job. Well, get a regular job. Yes, well, that's the publisher. So this is the thing. Pretend for a minute Fortress Craft sells 0 copies. It never sells another copy ever again. But I continue to develop it for the Patreons, for the repeat revenue, the ongoing revenue streams. I'm quite happy to do that, but right now the Patreon needs to be about 8 times bigger than it is for me to go, right, I'm just gonna work on Fortress Craft. That's the sad fact of the matter, unfortunately. I can prove I've never made 80 million Schalke, so you know. I'm not too sure what to do about this scorch. I will make this a bit slow because it's still a little bit intense. Public. Float. What should I call it? Volumetric fill rate scale. Larger equals this room fills slower. There we go. Right. So I'm quite happy with the volumetric stuff. That's good. That's a good start. It's not perfect, but it's a good start. I do need to make these decals work a little bit better. Now I think then... I don't think I've grabbed them across. Oh, I think it might... Oh, why did I unzip it to? I know where I copied it to. That's there, right? Because in here is all the old stuff. Because for some reason I decided I was never doing this game ever again. Yeah. We'll just grab that. Oh, that's some chunky lighting. In here, what's in? I do a very bad job taking screenshots of my games. I know I need to do that. Gore. Again, I don't quite know. where I'm going with this. But I'm sure I had some textures and materials. Ah, splats, that's what I want. I don't know if I'm having Gibbs and Gore. So we're playing a bit of Visceral Cleanup Detail, we're playing a bit of Power Wash Simulator. And I kind of want a game that's 1 bit Power Washing Simulator, 1 bit Visceral Cleanup Detail, 1 bit Ember, 1 bit, what's that one, that mining game? Deep Rock Galactic. I've got an idea which might work. I don't know. Hold on, let me grab the. It does pop up the Patreon link once in a while. And yes, in retrospect, it should have been patreon.com/fortresscraft. But where's my mouse cursor? Oh, hold on. My monitors are all in the wrong order. But yeah, the Patreon has accumulated some money towards future games. This does mean I can potentially hire people. It is slightly terrifying when you realise how much money you need to just continue to develop a game. Like it is, people don't realise it. It's not helped with a bunch of Kickstarters that are actually already fully funded. And they're like, oh, we just want to Kickstarter it. We just need, 20,000 euros. It's like, you need 20,000 euros to write a game. And people get this very, very, very poor understanding of how games actually are and how expensive games are. And that's why I'm here. Part of my mission, my goal, as I've said many times, is to explain to people exactly what writing games is like. Not what EA tell you, not what you read on Eurogamer or whatever, but genuinely how it is. And I have written games for a very, very long time, and that's part of one of my missions of this stream is to do. See, that's cool. Look, the blood is shiny and reflective. How cool is that? Not that it's gonna make it. So happy with that. Not that it's blood. Oops. So one of the streams before too long will be, hey, I'm making this all networked. I'm writing everything with networking in mind. I want to get the basic sort of feel working first. Again, as I said, I don't really know if I'm actually doing Blood and Gore. That has issues with ratings, which has issues with sales. But we'll see. But yeah, the first part of the game is stuff catches fire. The second part of the game is you put stuff out. And then the third part of the game is you tidy stuff up. But mostly the plan is to just spend a bunch of time in HDRP. I've used URP. It's brilliant. I've been very impressed with it. But it does not have the level of quality that I want. Mostly volumetrics. Fortresscraft is a dark game, set underground in a lot of ways. and I want to be able to have really nice, like amazing looking caves with all these sort of soft lighting and you know, atmospherics there. So I'm afraid HDRP, whilst not as fast as URP, is a requirement. There we go. No, I do actually own my house now, due to mostly down to Eden. The Sydneys are a bit solid. They don't have a normal map on them, unfortunately. Let me just try that set. Spot 01 norm. Yes, you're quite right. I should update that. So if I make this bump mapped, surprisingly subtle difference. Well, Darren, it's simple. I would either go absolutely 80 schlock horror levels of gore or 0. Right, so that's with nothing. I suspect I would probably get a custom one done at some point. That's annoying. Oh, that's the material. Yes, I never thought I would actually be able to afford my house, but combinations of COVID and ooh, now that's not what I was expecting. Oh, so decals do kind of work two-sided, but also very, very much don't. That's not what I was expecting. But yeah, so this is the sort of stuff that you can do with the decals, is you can actually write stuff on walls without having to actually put your textures there. So as I was saying, I could take this crate, which is a different crate. Or this crate, because I misclicked. And this is one of the things that sets, I say indie games from AAA games, but indie engines from AAA engines. This is AAA level of stuff, and Unity has it in because Unity is essentially a AAA engine. So that's super awesome. Just being able to do that is really, really cool. And I said, very state of the art. And that attaches to it perfectly. And it's not too expensive. I'm not gonna say it's free because it ain't, but it's pretty good. Yeah, I'm liking the shine around the edge of the puddles there. I'm getting a bit distracted with decals. I'm just annoyed that my decals, my preview doesn't work, which is really annoying. If I say show me a preview, it goes nah. Refresh now, re-import. Still, oh, it's thinking. But yeah, at some point, it will probably be me, but it might be one of the other people that I work with will be doing some levels. So I will be doing just this sort of stuff, just adding in detail, which I really like doing. I could spend hours, and probably will spend hours doing that sort of stuff. But that I mean, it's even there. Like, these two are now different. This is not the same decal texture. I am confused why this one and this one look different. Lights are they're exactly the same. It's like, no. I wonder if I delete. No. Or this. No. Don't know. I'm sorry if you guys are not massively impressed with the decals. They are just super powerful. That's the thing. They are a very, very, very powerful tool, and I'm really happy I have got the scope to use them. I really wish they took the scale parameter, but there we go. But yeah, you can start to add in detail, start to flesh the world out with your decals, and make it grimy and make the things not look repetitive where possible. That's one of the great powers of them. I know they're great. Yeah, so here we go. We can take this. You'd ever work the lights off, or lighting off rather than the lights off? That'd be very hard. I could put a little, I don't know what, little divider between the two rooms there, but without having to actually have different geometry, different textures. Yeah. No, I mean, Fortress Craft 2 would be using an awful lot of Fortress Craft 1's assets. This is using an awful lot of assets from Adapter, for example. Right, so I'm getting distracted, as so often happens. I said that I was going to add in a light. I want to see how it works as well. So light, spotlight. Okay, now this will want volumetrics. I want it. There. But not that bright. Now let's see. Oh, not even demo. Okay, let's see how that goes. I mean, we did estimate this. Andy could probably remind me, but we did ballpark how much it will cost to redo all of Fortress Craft assets. But you're looking at $500,000. You're not talking about a small amount of money. You are talking about a really large amount of money. Ugh, now that's not working because of the reprojection I mentioned earlier. That sucks. That's horrid, in fact. But there's no way I can update stuff just for this one. Correct the light, but yeah, that's still kind of rubbish. And the important thing is, it's not lighting anything up. So let's make it a lot brighter with no volumetrics. That's still not. Yeah, it's a pretty piss poor light. That's a bit better, isn't it? But yeah, volumetrics are not perfect, as you can see, because they're updated every frame. I don't have to reproject, but your choices are either the performance utterly tanks, or It runs like ass. Yes, I will not be able to use volumetrics on your light, which is a bit of a shame. What I like is that my light's almost invisible now. Because we have no eye adaptation, or very little amount. I'm probably spawning too many fire particles as well. That's more subtle. Like if you stare at it, you almost can't notice it going wrong. Almost. See, that's the problem. Is now this is the issue. So we've got a thick fog, and to make the light work in the thick fog, my light is at 150,000 lumen, which is an insane value. It might not help. It's only 8 centimeters to my left as well. Where would I hold a torch? Say a foot. So 0.3 and 0.3 down. Oh. That might work a bit better. Maybe. I suspect it won't, but it might do. That's better, isn't it? Now, it's not perfect. It's probably more ugly than it's cool, unfortunately. I probably want that on other people's, but not mine. Because it has the issue that obviously I can't see through it. I think I'll leave it on for the moment like this. And see how it goes. But yeah, if I go into this room, because this room is not foggy. This is what I've been trying to demonstrate. That room is full of fog and horror. This room is not. But I'm not doing a very good job. So what I want to do, let's try and make this room look nicer. So first thing we will want, let's create a place to stick the second room. Sorry, again, I'm sorry. I'm using the wrong monitor. There we go. Add tab, hierarchy. Let's tidy this up slightly. Got the room. In the second room, it's got these in it. In case it hasn't been made clear, I absolutely love Unity and I think it's thoroughly brilliant. I've shown off I've shown off previously some one-day prototypes of stuff I've done, and the stuff that you can crank out of Unity in one day flat is just mind-boggling. Oh, hold on, is that? Ah, right. So I probably want to make these duplicated, one for that side, one for this side. But what I'll do here is I won't have concrete. I'll have something. I've got something that looks nice and shiny. Marble flooring. Ew. Maybe we're lighting on. Yeah, I suppose. Those. Do we like that? Okay. My concern about writing this game is one of what's the word? Development time. So the actual code is not too bad. I mean, I'm probably looking at somewhere between 3 and 6 weeks of code. My worry is the amount of time it will take to develop the levels. So Adapter was somewhere between like 2 and 6 weeks a level. It was a lot of time. It was more time than I could possibly dedicate to another game of that ilk. So the likelihood is I will, if it all goes ahead, I will release it with... I will release it with one map and just say, if you think this is good, if you want to go with it, if you think that, you want me to make this game, I will make this game, but it's going to ship at one level. And then if it sells and if it continues to sell, I will do more. And I have had people going, oh, you should write it for the love of it and this and that. But as has been pointed out, I realistically do need to pay my mortgage. It's probably alright, actually. Let's stop them in real time, though, because... real time on enable. Yes, this room is already looking a bit nicer. I don't have anything for the ceiling. Again, apart from a whole bunch of things. Oh, hold on. That haven't. Oh, there we go. Yes, I do have some nice assets. I'm not going to really start putting together a nice test world and everything like that. I do have some much better quality assets. And just slap a few things in just so I've got something that's not completely awful. Then I would need a corner piece. We're not just going to do... no, we're not. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now you can probably see why I so favour decals, because you can make this very obviously repeated and tiled pattern look much more dynamic. I also forget, of course, this is just what I do for a living. This is, to me, this is not fun. I would not watch somebody else do this, but I very much forget this isn't what normal people do with their days. So there you go. We got much cleaner sort of look. Are you going to get me a preview? That's really annoying. I've no idea why not either. Oh, hold on. There we go. I'm getting a preview up here, but it's with the wrong... That's not the material, guys. Upgrade from book. You're going to update nicely. That mean now I'm going to get a preview? No. Right. I mean, I need to click on things, then look at the top right. Hey, let's just change all the walls to be this. So I just want to basically just have a room that looks somewhat nice. Now I've even started, why don't I just go and copy paste one of the demo rooms? That would have been more sense, wouldn't it? Might do that in a mo. Let's pop that. That is not what I clicked on, Unity. Thank you. So I usually work with the lighting off, just 'cause it's much easier. Kind of wish I could have like multiple views of this all at once, rather than having to keep whooshing the camera around. Got a door here. Really? How do I? G. Oh yes, gates. Of course, that's the correct name for a door. Yeah, my what's the word? Vision for the style of the art is very, very detailed, very clean, like really clean looking space station that I then promptly destroy with a whole shit ton of decals. Is that actually the right size? Let's go to check. It's like a bizarre the aluminium. See, the screen space reflections is not. No, it's the right size. See, notice it's slightly reflecting on the floor. And in there, the shit's kicking off. I like that. And then in here, of course, it should be thick fog. Now, it's possible what I will do is I will link all the volumes with other volumes. So when this one is thick, dense, like really dense, nasty smoke and fog, this one is a bit. But hopefully, I mean, again, there's a whole bunch of you watching. You tell me, has there ever been a game before where the fog changes based on what the game's doing? Because this fog is generated from the fact that loads of shit was burning in here. And I don't know of a game where that's been done. I always have to have one original feature. The other game I'm working on, primarily, its original feature is... Hold on to your hairpiece here. You've got a reading light you can turn on. And as far as I know, that's never been done before. Not massively exciting, but original. So, in answer to Darren's question, will you be able to vent the fog or will it dissipate? I don't know. A lot of what I'm doing here is primarily experiments with the rendering. But the correct thing is for you to say, I think it would be cool if. I mean, do you want to have vents on the walls that you would actually use to clear it down quicker? I think that would probably be cool. Does it? So in Battlefield, you can set a room on fire and that actually updates it. I mean, I know you've got, like, you know, smoke grenades, but that's not really the same thing. Like, oh, it's not the same thing even slightly. That's very different sort of behavior. Rotate that. Oh. I think that's an original feature. And this is something I've talked about with Fortresscraft, like the original Fortresscraft. I think I had one original feature. And I wasn't trying to say, how look how good I am, look, I have an original feature. I was trying to point out that Minecraft didn't have any original features at all. Like, zero, as far as I'm aware. But people would take that to mean that I thought the game was shit. It's like, well, my point is more that how original or not a game is completely irrelevant. Nobody actually cares whatsoever. Genuinely no one cares. Otherwise, EA would only put out original games. If that was what was important, that would be the defining characteristic of EA and Ubisoft and everybody's games. Where it's not. People actually care about nice graphics. And in your heart, no matter how much you want to argue that actually gameplay is the most important, you know I'm right. C, pretty much every game that's been released since the Spectrum days. Bear in mind, I don't want to be right. I would love it if games were much more about the graphics than the gameplay. But that isn't the case. That's never been the case. You know, you have your outliers. I mean, it's even hard to argue Minecraft is one of them, because Minecraft, for all its awful art style, it's very cool. And, you know, it looks very, very different to most games. Dwarf Fortress is an exception. Mindustry is an exception. But I have to think hard about those exceptions. Hence, that's why they're exceptions. Yeah, because this room isn't foggy, you see. It's hard, but again, I don't know if you can... Oh, yeah, you can just about see it on the stream there. See that just down there? Let me just make this light bright green for a moment so you can see it. So you can see... So that's where the light hits the wall. This triangle here, that is the light in the air. And that's why I want to use these volumetrics. So it's subtle, but it means... I mean, let me just crank this up. Again, these are ridiculous brightnesses. So yeah, if I do that, so you can see there, that's not the light hitting it directly, but that is the light casting through the air. Crisis. What, capturing bases? Bear in mind, I didn't play Crisis very much. I have played Far Cry Blood Dragon a whole bunch. It's great. I mean, when was Crisis pretty? 1990... No, 2003? When was Crisis? ...2007. No, wait, that's not right. What was the one before Crisis? Far Cry was the first one, wasn't it? 2004, yeah. That's so cool. What I was trying to do. Oh yeah, I was gonna. I won't code it yet, but I'm pretty sure I have some vents. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. So the real question is, and this is you know, I'm not planning on doing this specifically, but spitballing ideas, because when you chat about ideas, just once in a while, you come across a really cool idea. So yeah, I can put some vents in the room. That's fine. I've got some vent graphics. Apparently they're all the way over here for no reason I can work out. Game object. But should this be a burnable object? Should it require power to the base? Is it the, you know, that's the... Wow, that's much smaller than I thought. To be fair, I think my scale is off completely here. That's another reason I'm not going to pay too much attention until I get VR. That's nothing like what I thought the Did I put the wrong? Guess it is. That's probably a bit better. Oh, hold on. Probably dropping in the prefabs. But would these be a burnable object? So a burnable object can catch fire and can cause other things to catch fire and can explode, depending. And they are destroyed once they catch fire. Should it be that the smoke is purely a visual effect, or do you actually care about it as a player? You know, is a very smoky room using up more of your oxygen levels? Sure. What's the other one? It's sci-fi base. Prefabs. I'm here for odd questions. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Where does V come in the alphabet? Where does V come in the alphabet? I mean, I didn't know where V comes in the alphabet. I'm like, why isn't it there? Prefabs. Oh, prop vents. That's why I couldn't find it. Well, this is the thing. If you're in a room it's thoroughly burned out, you've got the very obvious problem, of course, that you will not be able to vent it because the vents will have burned out. I would like to release a lot of my games on NVIDIA. What should we call it? Not Nvidia Go. Yeah, Nvidia Go, because I think it's brilliant. I love streaming. Streaming games is the future. I don't care what anybody else thinks. That is the future. In a year or 5 years or 10 years or 30 years, I don't know when, but at some point in the future, the concept of having a high-powered computer at home to play a game on will become complete and utter nonsense. This is make the most of it, because this will be gone in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. I don't know when. So yeah, I'm all for GeForce Now. I have no idea how you apply for it. Apply to be a Stadia. Get Stadia dev kit. No response. I know. Do have some vents. It's really not helping that these are... Bear in mind, yeah, so this is a gameplay question. If you can... if they can get set on fire and therefore stop working, are they of actually any use at all? Because in a room that's going to want venting, is it even slightly likely? What I could do here, though, I can't make them vent because I don't have any code for that at the moment. But what I can do, you see, is make these into burnable objects. It's kind of cool. But yeah, as a rule as well, you do tend to light the ceiling in a place. That is a thing. But this is more of a, hey, look how cool the lights are, rather than a sensible or useful light. And more like this. Let me just very quickly set this up. Okay, so in the burnables folder, refabs, burnables. So I've only made one burnable object so far, so we'll make this prop vent O2 burnable. So let's convert to a box color because that's easier, and then we'll make it into a burnable. So this is now a burnable object. Done. It also has a light in it because I can. So it's now got a burnable light, and it also needs a burn light. So the light that lights up whilst it's on fire. Which is... And when it's on fire, that's the light. Now it can't, it won't jiggle, it won't explode. I'll make it catch fire though, like visually. But in theory, potentially this should catch fire. Now I won't say a realistic fire simulation, but you can see here this is unignited and it's at 0 degrees C, so I'm not running. So I run the game. It should sit at 20-ish degrees. Now it's probably going to be quite hard to actually set fire to this for the simple reason it's up in the ceiling. Basically, I'm a bit curious why it's going down to negative. I'll fix that in a moment. That shouldn't be possible. What the hell? I think I know what that is. I think it was just too far away. Ignite nearby. If LR dist is less than 0, is that right? How does that happen? Oh, that's probably what it was. But yeah, I quite like the idea of venting the rooms, in which case I can make the room vent much slower naturally. I'll also add some debugging for that in a moment so we can read it. Yeah, so it is... Yeah, so it's not close enough to anything to catch fire. It has to be a much bigger fire for it to catch. It's fine. Not a problem. My favourite thing though is as... oh, that looks really good. I'm really happy with that. As it all goes out. So right now, let's have a look. The fire room. Yeah, the fog is clearing. It's about 9 meters at the moment. It's very weird. I assume you're not the Darren Lindsay I went to school with. I assume you're a different Darren Lindsay. I went to school with the Darren Lindsay. Yeah, it will take about 2 minutes to clear this back to default fogginess. Which might be too slow, might be too fast. It's hard to judge. I like the idea of vents doing stuff. I mean, I can just set the vent on fire by clicking the box. Now the vent's catching fire. It does have flames, but I suspect the flames are in the wrong place. And it's gone out. But yeah, whilst I was doing that, you can see the fire is it's down to 70 meters. So yeah, it's about half cleared. But at this point, it's not much of a challenge anymore, really, for you to navigate. That blurry thing does not really work. But again, learning. That doesn't work. I'd be better off having some spotlights and a mesh rather than the blurry thing. Oh, is my torch? Oh, of course, wrong view, isn't it? So I think I need to put a little bit more work on the decals because it's not really going. Also, ideally, objects could do with 2 different textures. So right now, if I can roll this away, is it going to let me? No, okay. So let's just turn the lighting off. So if I roll that barrel away, you will have an issue that those scorch marks are not on the barrel, are not on the, they're on the barrel, not on the world. I shove that over there. That doesn't really work, you see, because that's part of the rendering of the world, which is a shame because it does look quite cool. But what I will probably have is a burned and unburned texture. I don't think, though, let's give it a go. If I take that scorch and I shove the scorch on that object, doesn't really work. The problem is if I put the scorch there, I mean, that begins to make it look a bit dark. But if I turn on the gizmo for that, you can see it's this bloody great box, unfortunately. That makes it look dirty, but has the issue that if it goes near anything else, like the floor there, see, it will affect that too. Now, you can have different decal layers, but that starts to get very, very expensive because you're rendering the scene for each pass. So probably I'd be better off with a different texture. The other option, of course, is to have lots of little decals, but I question the performance of that. If I have lots and lots and lots of these, I can make the barrel look knackered like that, but potentially possible, potentially a bit too tricksy. Because it's a pity, because these do look cool, but probably the easiest way is just to switch it out for a different texture. So an object switches out for its burnt texture once it's done. But I do need to fix these ground decals because they just don't work. So let me throw away anything that's not pretty much facing upwards. And maybe that I want to record the last upwards facing and then primary in the different directions. Let's see if that makes it better. So I will only now place a squatch down if the vector is up or nearly entirely up. We'll keep the lighting off so I can see what's going on. Oh, does that turn off decals? Hold on. I think what I should have said is if it's greater than negative 8.5. Point that way, not this way. Oh, okay. Where are the... Where are the squatches? Oh, twit. There we go. But yeah, I'm pleased with that. That's some that looks good. You don't know. I go where you at. How the hell did that go? That's got a Y. Oh. It's got Y of 0. Let me just check. What is your last Y? It was... Last impact vac was... Yeah, that should be chucking... Have I reduced the number of crappy ones? No, I really haven't, have I? And to be fair, I don't know for 100% fact that this is correct because I'm rotating it. I never check what vector I was rotating it around. So let's check that too. That's better. You can see the vectors. You see it only picking upwards vectors. Any more bada boy? There we go. Right. So the issue is actually I'm rotating it like a tit. Rotate around. Rotates the transform around an axis passing through the pointing... Okay, rotate around. Right. Transform dot position, comma, vector 3, up. Rotation. Yeah, I was just rotating it around a stupid axis. I'm also not scaling them because it's weird, like the decal rendering, your scale is kind of fixed by the decal. There we go, you can see them Is that working? Not, is it? Like these are all... Oh, that's different. That's the same. I've got loads and loads and loads on the same spot. Where Unity? Not you. Yeah, there we go. So that has an angle of 99.7. 99.7. 99.7. What did I do wrong? I am a bit confused why it's not this one though. Ah, hold on. Because I didn't set the space. Yeah, 0 LR rot 0 comma space dot world. How does Unity know what object to apply the code to? What code? Not sure I understand. The code that I write. Well, this code is in the decal manager script. So the decal manager script does not attach to a game object. It is a manager. It deals with things. So the burnables. So burnable is a script attached to things that burn. There's the burnable script. It deals with. If I make the gizmos bigger, the red circles, they're burnables. So the burnables tell the decal manager, "Hey, do this," which it should be the Y rotation. See, like that, and it's just not. Okay, these are all exactly minus 55.154, which is. I mean, unlikely doesn't really cover it. So I just got an email from Smilegate, of all people, saying they want to put Nomancer onto 3M. I just replied with, yes, I'm interested. I was like, hey, let's jump on a call. Like, yeah, or you could just send me some details. It feels like this issue is a spatial one. Because we put down that scorch mark, which was fine, and then a whole bunch of the same... No, they are all... See, that one's fine, that one's fine, that's okay. Those two are actually slightly different. Then just a whole bunch exactly the same. Like, exactly the same. I'm really confused. At some point, I do need to stop getting distracted and start working towards, you know, a game. But my goal today was to get better decal rendering and the volumetrics. Now, I don't know how I'm going to do that in Fortress Craft. I don't know if I can just fill the world up with volumetric arrays and control them. But imagine in Fortress Craft, as an ore extractor continues to work, Oh, is that in degrees or radians? Like around an ore extractor would start to become thick, choking dust. Oh, it is degrees. That does seem to have solved it. Although that appears to be rotating around the Z-axis. All right. I don't know why, but sure. Why not? The decals are kind of funny because they point in an odd way. Right, definitely not. That was working, but only at... Maybe I need to do -179 to 179 or something silly. This is what annoys me. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 seconds I have to wait for making a single change. That does seem to be working though. Better with the fire and the flames, of course. I'm genuinely happy with the look of this. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I do have a demo scene. I've got a couple actually. I don't think this one will be suitable. But let's check. Like one that I think will be good and one that I don't think will be good. I'd like to put this setup into a proper scene and see how it goes. Because eventually I don't want a test scene. I want something that looks great. And then from that I can make a miniature trailer and then say, hey, what does everyone think? Now, I think it's taking a while to compile the shaders. Wow, that is incredibly dark. Oh, it's still compiling. Yeah, so these are all the bits that I can make stuff out of. Chrome was possibly a very bad plan for that plane. That's quite concrete. So, yeah, so I have lots of stuff I can make the levels out of. And these are all pretty good quality. Oh, my volume is wrong. That might it be. Oh, or there isn't one. That'll do. See what's going on. Yeah, so if I want little vents or things, so these are all quite nice quality assets. They are. That's AAA as you're likely to get without actually having a AAA studio. I'm not planning on having anything outdoors though. Oh, yeah, this one. Can I just hit play? It's got a nice camera. Sort of. But yeah, I'm not planning on having a nice, bright, sunny outday thing. So this does show off some of the assets. Now, that anti-aliasing is horrendous. Oh, that's not very good. But this isn't a million miles off Doom's level of quality. But currently no plans to have an outdoor one. Cool as that might be, it'll all be indoor stuff. And this is what I mean about the decals. You can see where they've gone mad with decals here. Nice big ones. And the base. It's a very nice asset. I like it. This is the one that I was using for the mining stuff for my, I'll say my SnowRunner clone. Wasn't it? This isn't what I'm looking for. Something else. But I'm happy with that level of visual quality. That's kind of where I want to go, is somewhere around there. Only with much less pink. Wow. Material, terrain. How weird. What are they? There's a couple of random things that haven't converted. I love the way they might think, oh, are you sure? Well, I can't use it when it's bright bloody pink, can I? Of course I'm sure. This is why I want to get a new computer this year, by the way. Oh. What? I said update, and it just went, nah. Graphics, render pipeline, upgrade from built-in pipeline, upgrade select materials to high definition materials. Now they're all working. Cool. That's rocks too. You can see all the LODs popping in and out. You can see his keep the frame rate up. I think they've overdone that, but you're not supposed to come in from like way back here. This is designed for this level of quality, like right up close. Wasn't the level I was looking for either. Look at all the reflection probes. But yeah, lots and lots of detail. Yeah, so you can see there they put the that as a decal. I kind of want to go exploring around this. I mean, this looked fantastic in VR. There's no reason. There's nothing there. I think I'm just in the wrong folder entirely then. Demo. So I have a horrible feeling this is going to be very pink. Ah, much less pink than I had expected. I wonder which... Why can't I see anything? Oh. Guess the lights are just completely the wrong scale. So I wanted to just take a chunk of this level and just say, right, let's just do it in here. Let's set this on fire. Which shouldn't be that hard. Come on, Unity, stop being so slow. Stop saying hold on. When I click on something, do it. And whatever you think you need to do it in the background. And they really need... Anything that takes more than a second, they need to send an error message back to Unity saying, show more... oh god, this is dying on me. Light Explorer. Let me... Burnable light? Oh yeah. So these ones have been updated from my scene because it's a prefab, so therefore it's just come in. I wonder which one of these I'm supposed to be using. I think it's volume global. But I noticed that that pretty much gives me a lot of it depends on the atmosphere. So essentially with older rendering, you could you had nothing in the atmosphere, so a light would travel for an infinite distance. That's not how modern rendering works. So the old values are way off. But I'm hoping I can just select all of the point lights, change their intensity up by a factor of 10. Or there we go. I just made all the lights in the game 10 times brighter.
Hello.
Hello.
What's going on?
Same thing as last time. You should always shut the stream and turn the volumetrics up.
Oh, it just popped up on my YouTube, actually. Recommend section actually works for once. Hooray.
That's because we've just hit 10 people viewing.
Is this the fire game still, then?
Yes, it is.
Have you got a name for it yet?
I like sci-fi fighters. Sci-fi fighters.
That kind of makes sense, yeah.
I don't have a name for it yet. So I need a generic density volume. Do I? Or do I just need the room volume?
Are you doing volumetrics or?
I've done volumetrics. Yeah, let me share the screen to you directly, so you aren't waiting for me to repeat stuff lagged. I just wanted to just grab these across. So that uses volume global, and I'll just grab this one and pop it in the demo scene in a sec. Just wanted to just quickly try something, you see. Yeah, there we go. So someone's asking earlier why I use volumetrics. I mean, I'm hoping it's immediately straightforward. Why that looks much more realistic and better than that. That looks like a rendering. That looks like, I'll say, real lighting with
it's closer.
Haze and yeah, it's not realistic, but yeah, it looks that looks fantastic. Looks even better if I turn off the little. So unfortunately, this was written a long time ago. So it doesn't really understand the concept that having a light source just floating in the middle of the air no longer works with volumetrics, because you can see the light source floating in the middle of the air. But I can do that. I can make it a larger light in order to offset that a bit. That means the light itself is now 25 centimeters across. Now let's make it 10 centimeters across. That should be a bit better. Yeah, not perfect, but a bit better. Yeah, so this works fine as just we need this room to be lit, but when you go with physically based modeling, you can't really just say stuff it there. I'll show you the volumetric stuff I have done though, because I'm quite pleased with it. So what happens now is as the room burns, it gets more foggy. I'm just going to tone down the return rate. 25 F. Try and encourage the use of venting. Thanks. Darren. What's Darren? Yes, it was Darren. So when I run, the room will catch fire, I hope. And then that one go up. That should set everything else on fire. And now all of that smoke will now start to affect the localized volumetric. So you can see now the lights are getting thicker. You can't see so far. It becomes a lot harder to see. Now here's the cool bit. If I move into this room, which is a different room, this room's fine.
Yeah. Is that smoke colliding with the ceiling or just passing through it? As it hits the bottom?
Now, I'd like to turn on those sort of things, but it will probably just kill it, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. I think you can turn it killing itself off, though, as well. You can have it like...
No. So, hold on. Let me explain.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I've thought about this. So I take the smoke particles, and I just make a copy of it, and I smash it over into the bright room. So it has negative gravity, so it goes up. I'm not sure why it's completely see-through, though. Why is it? Fine, I'll have the light on, whatever.
Weird.
But what I can do is I can make it collide with the world.
Right.
And that's not a problem. So I make it now last for a minute, because I had this idea, but I think the correct way to do it would be via volumetrics, not via a lot of particles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there we go. So now the smoke will go up, and it will just hit the top of that and stop. Unfortunately, what I can't do is dampen down all its speed in one direction. So if I don't dampen it, will... Oh, I guess I could just set it not to bounce. Oh,
yeah, as I say, just like reduce the bounciness and have it like... Does it let you like change the velocity so it sort of spreads outwards more as it hits? Or does that not work?
Do I limit?
Because what it would normally do in reality is hit the roof and sort of spread out along the top of the ceiling, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so I thought about this, but I suspect, unfortunately... Why is it? Oh, hold on. Now I need to do the dampen down, not up. That's why. I've dampened all of it out instead of... There we go. And bounce of 0. There you go. You mean like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is cool, but I don't really know about the performance issues with that. But that is cool.
That's true.
It is cool. But what will probably happen is... What should happen, and I can do this, is the object should actually raycast upwards until it hits the ceiling and then start to generate smoke up there. Can it collide with itself?
What, the particles?
Yeah, I don't think they can.
I feel like that's an option somewhere. Hold on.
Not that I can see. It looks like, though, I can actually make the smoke push objects around, which is quite interesting.
I googled it to check, and the top response is, "Good day, we are not your slaves. Spend some time to find a solution by yourself." Just by googling it, here's 3 solutions.
Wow. Rather bizarrely, Smilegate just asked me, just emailed and saying, "Can we put no maps on our store?" So I went, "Yeah, right." And now he's like, on a platform called Stove.
Wait, Smilegate the company, or is this a person?
Smilegate.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
the guys behind Lost Ark.
Smilegate are one of the biggest companies in the world.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Oh god, I have to read they sent me a contract.
Are they that big?
Are you joking me? Smilegate have fucking hundreds of millions a year. They're Activision or EA levels of big. Just because you're a fucking
yeah, it's not like it's much more Korean centralized though, isn't it?
Yeah, just because you're...
Yeah.
I mean, I saw this for someone going on about how nearly all game developers in the world are white, and I was like, what?
No, that's not true at all.
No, I'm like, what? what, like all the Japanese people, they're white now, so you can win your argument. And then I'm like, India has a massive game development community, huge, because we used to ship the PlayStation 2 version of Cricket Manager way after the PlayStation 2 was dead, because my God, did the Indians love that game. Like, you know, they're really big into their cricket. So, sort of, I mean, I saw that because someone said, oh, you know, all the white people, all the white developers writing the games themselves. It's like, holy shit, did you just, what you mean is, I only read Eurogamer, therefore...
No, I mean, I'm not questioning it. I just looked them up out of curiosity. I've not actually heard of most of their games, to be honest. It's very...
Crossfire, which is just had a sequel about, Crossfire has been the biggest game in the world for a long time. Crossfire makes Minecraft look not particularly huge. Crossfire is insanely large.
Yeah, that one I have heard of. The rest, not so much. I've heard of Crossfire and Lost Ark, and the rest are quite... I think I know that one.
I really like this idea, by the way, but I am honestly concerned about the performance of it.
Maybe give it a test and see how it runs.
Well, that's not very helpful, because obviously right now I have a dozen barrels, but in the full game I have 500 barrels.
That's true.
But I can just tick smoke particles, collision, world, bounce, 0, dampen, 0.
You only... I think of it this way: is that you don't only need them to spread initially, because once the room starts smoking up, like it is currently, you won't be able to see it that much. It's just when it starts, you need it to be visible. I think.
But I can do height-based fog, so that is also an option. Yeah, right now the smoke doesn't actually last long enough to hit the ceiling, but in theory that's colliding.
It does also mean that the smoke will collide with other barrels that are next to it, right?
Yes. I've already had to put the smoke into the low resolution pass because it's like, oh, this is excitingly slow. But I'm also doing a lot more particles than I probably will. I mean, I'm doing well, we'll see in a sec because it will say. Yeah, 1,000's my limit. In fact, I can't spawn anymore now.
Yeah.
Oh no, my limit only 1,000? That seems like a very low limit for like one of the primary effects in the game. Although you're better off, as a rule, of having lots of particle systems rather than absolutely monstrous ones, because it can't cull those very well. Yes, you're talking about Crossfire X, which is the new one, which Smilegate are not doing very well with. Crossfire, the original one, is one of the largest games ever made, if not the largest. It certainly was. Largest first-person shooter, most definitely.
I don't know if it still is, but so I googled it out of curiosity. It says that the original Crossfire has about 1 billion registered accounts.
Yes.
But
a billion. A billion.
The concurrent player base is only in, I think it's like 1 or 2 million, which is a lot, but I don't think it's more than some current games. I think it's still decent though. Actually, I'll double check that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean by being the most popular. I suspect that's going to be a lot of Smurf accounts as opposed to actually that many.
They have 6 million concurrent players.
Just to be clear, by the way, I'm not saying it's a good game. I'm just saying it's a popular game. So, you know, I have no idea if it's actually any good or not. And in fact, I suspect probably not my thing. But I was mostly just referring back to that comment I read on Twitter about how most games are for white males, written for white males. It's like, holy shit. So, you know, either you just said Japan is white, or you've just said, oh, all those games Japanese people out. Oh, yeah, we're not counting those. Because I thought Japanese developers put out some very well-respected games. You know, that's always been what I'd heard of until this point.
I guess here's an interesting comparison point. So that game had 6 million currently.
Yeah.
Fortnite's peak was 12.3.
To be fair, last time I chatted about Crossfire was pre-Fortnite, but yeah, 1 billion users that's a lot of users. I'm really happy with how this looks. I need to go and get another drink. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit play again. I'm going to go and get a drink. And then I will, whilst I'm going to get my drink, see if I can work out what it is I'm going to do next. I kind of want to do a nicer scene, but I kind of feel I should perhaps... Now, I don't know if I can start on the game part without starting on the networking part.
Boy.
Let's do everything apart from the sound effects. Because everything I do has to go up via the local server and back again. So even though I'm playing single player, I'll be running on a local server. So I don't have to write everything twice. Alright, I'm going to hit play and go grab a drink. And then I'll be back in a moment. You can watch the pretty graphics. Oh, I'm back. Creme Nation. This is possibly a game, I'm not sure yet. Mostly I'm doing a whole bunch of due diligence work. So on what's called the HDRP render pipeline, which is the Unity's high definition render pipeline. High definition render pipeline. That is what Fortresscraft 2 will be using. So that's got ray tracing, screen space reflections, physically based lighting, volumetrics, all of that stuff. So hopefully you saw that. Ship blows up, smoke happens, and then over time, the smoke clears.
Everyone loves explosions.
Well, yeah, but you know what makes explosions better?
If there's more of them.
Heat haze, a shock, heat shock ring. So I need to learn this. This is a different. I need to find some heat textures. So this is a different rendering pipeline to the one that I am experienced with. So I need to learn it, and I don't want the first game that I learn it for to be Fortresscraft. As I've mentioned before, I am not quite taking a year off. That because obviously I'm not. You can see I'm not. But I am wanting to try and ship a bunch of interesting stuff in the meantime. Oh, where is the heat haze ring? Colored smoke? Hello, Mwenmenum, I think. Just search some ping files. It's in here somewhere. I like Unity. Windows is failing to show me icons for these things. I know I've used it in this, so.
I'm just scrolling through Reddit. Apparently, some NFT site has just been like hacked, and 1.7 million's worth of NFTs has been stolen. Imagine the court case for that. You go, they stole my receipt for the thing that I own. They stole the receipt.
Yeah, no, it's a bit like apparently. Now, what was it? It was North Korea, apparently using a lot of crypto to fund stuff, like an awful lot of crypto.
Yeah.
Where is it? I know I've got this. Is it Ripple?
Is this the one you were messing with for Eden, or is this from Fortress Craft?
No. Oh, I did have one for that, didn't I?
Yeah.
Not that. This one. Assets, textures. Luke. See, what I might be able to do is for the particles actually just specify the ceiling for each place, but it'd be really, really cool to have it as just a toggle, just saying smoke collides. It's one of those. If it's a toggle, you turn it on, then game runs like shit. You're like, we'll turn it off then. Well, I want it. Then get a better computer. You know, it's kind of the sort of the way you have to do it. Because on Dirt 1, we actually put in a whole bunch of graphic options that were way beyond any computer's capability at this point. On purpose, absolutely on purpose. And people would complain to us that if you turn that on, the game runs like shit. And we're like, yes, but you're not supposed to turn it on. Like, you're very much not. The point of this was so you could turn it on in the future. But people are trying to get on now and complaining that it, ran badly. I know what I'm looking for. Heat haze. Pretty sure that's not it. It's not anything.
You know, it's probably the guy that like buys a 3080 and is like, why can't I run this?
Well, I mean, the idea was that in the future you could come back to the game and crank the detail to 200% or 400%.
Yeah.
I mean, I can make one, but I don't want to. I know I've got this. It's called Heat Haze or Ring or Heat Ripple.mat. You see, that's the material, but I can't see what it's referring to. I don't think I can open Eden at this point without patching the version to 2020, 2012. No, that should be alright. Yeah, I mean, the same thing happened in Fortress Craft, of course. I had the do not use till 2020. So people go, first year of 2020, I've turned it on. Why is it run like shit? What computer are you running? Oh, my computer is like 7 years ago. Like, well, it didn't get magically change overnight, did it? It was do not use until you have a computer only manufactured of parts that were released in 2020 or newer. Because people say, oh, I've got a new video card, but they're on like a 10-year-old CPU. I'm not making that joke again because the amount of people that just did not get it was horrendous. I need a new computer this year because I am sick to fucking death of watching dialogue boxes go up. Well, we'll come back to that one set because I can... effects, what I want. I know the effect I want. And I don't know how it will work in VR. So I guess that's a journey we will have to have together. Why is Unity being terrible? Materials.
So right now, does it spread to other rooms, or does it stop at the edge of the room?
No, it will spread to other rooms. Wait, what do you mean by it?
The smoke, I mean.
Particles.
Like well, no, not the particles, like the haziness.
So if there are objects in that, so objects exist in a room. That room is made up of a volume zone, and it will fill up only the room it's in. So in theory, if the objects fall into that room, they'll start to make that room smoky. But you could have a completely chocker room with a blend. It's about 2 meter blend. But I was considering tagging each volume with what is considered to be an adjacent volume. But I don't think there's any point. Like,
well, so my thought process was, if that existed, you could have like fire doors as like an "oh fuck, shut the door" button. Because then if you shut the door, it doesn't spread anymore.
Yeah, I mean, right now, of course, I don't have any. I don't have a lot of gameplay sorted. Like, I don't have a lot of ideas. Not ideas. I don't have a lot of definites. Everything is maybe I could, or what about if. I don't go, oh right, well, we're going to definitely have a game where it's about keeping fire doors shut, and that's part of the game, is you have to keep the fire doors open and shut. But this is one of those, if people go, you should really, that'll be awesome if you have to like keep fire doors open and shut, they might be like, that's totally what we want.
And it would be really cool. It's melee combat in a voxel world.
That would be cool, but I think it's been done. Well, Fortress Craft was a very, very optimized game, and one of the things that we did manage quite a lot was to throttle Alienware laptops, which I was quite happy with. Right, so we want to do particle unlit distortion. That's not right. Still not right. Now, I don't want to say that Unity's got this shader wrong, but
what was the solution to your lighting issue in the end from last time? Did you just have to code your own shader for it, or?
No, the solution will be I need to spend a bunch of time writing a more optimal problem. Optimal solution. The way I solved it was to not use Unity's brand new rendering system, but it has been solved. I know. So I don't know if you remember that when I added a transmission profile, it completely ignored it. Do you remember?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. We figured out what that was. So it got to the point where if I applied bamboo to the smoke, it looked all right. If I then just selected the bamboo, hit Control D for duplicate, and assigned bamboo 1, it broke. Huh. Yeah. So in it's at HDRP default settings, at the bottom, for some reason, you have to hard cone in all of the diffusion profiles. That's why it didn't work. But it didn't error. It just went, nah. So slightly odd. This is not working, is it? Why is it not working before? Oh, that's definitely not working. Default. What am I doing wrong here? Let me try the lit distortion. No, what lit distortion, but I want it to work. Wait for it to compile. I mean, it's doing something. I just can't work out what.
That's an odd effect.
Yeah, but it's not doing the distortion part is the problem. Like, it's not doing a grab pass. Well, I mean... Oh, hold on, that's doing something. Hold on, let me turn off text sheet animation. That's a start. I mean, Darren, this is the question. Would that be fun? That's the real question with all this. If you go, it would be fun if... Because, quite frankly, this is a discussion that I had when we did Eden. Are survival mechanics fun? Like, health, injuries, poison, food, water. Has anyone ever played them going, oh, you know what? I wouldn't play this game if it didn't have, you know, hunger mechanics. Because I don't believe anyone has ever said that. It pads the game out, but I don't actually think it's something anybody actually wants. It's kind of getting there.
Just another resource to manage, I guess.
Yeah, but that's not the answer to the question. Is it fun is my question, not is it a resource you manage. Is it fun? You're like, oh yeah, I love managing the temperature of my character. Oh, it's great that I got pneumonia in Icarus. No one ever says this.
No, it's meant to be, I think it's meant to be like a neutral thing, wherein it adds some complexity, but it doesn't necessarily add to the fun, I guess. Like it's meant to make it slightly more difficult, right?
It pads out the gameplay. Let's be honest. That's what it really does. I do want heat haze. It's one of my favourite effects. And I can't work out how the hell it's not working. I should not be using particle lit. I should be using unlit distortion. But it's just like doing weird things. Fine, let's have a look at the shader. Is padding out the gameplay a game thing? Maybe, but you haven't answered my question, which is that fun?
I mean, I'd say padding out the gameplay is a bad thing if the game isn't already fun. So if the game is just padding and there's no fun content, then you're just making a bad experience longer. I guess.
I think I might have worked out what's wrong with the shader, by the way. Whoever wrote this, it was Unity, hasn't bothered to finish it, by the looks of it.
What? Is this their own distortion thing?
Yeah, so I'm supposed to use the new shader effect, and these are the quote-unquote intermediary shaders to allow you to use HDRP with Shuriken. Cool.
Oh.
But they sample the normal map, and then they combine it with nothing, strip the A out, and then do nothing with it. Let me take the button mark distortion.
That might be a start, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, but it's not reading the normal map. Now, the other one, the lit one, is better. Like, it's not working, but it's not as... Oh, dear. Come on, Unity. This is the thing. When I start getting shader graphs off Unity like this is when you realise that, you know, maybe we should think about perhaps possibly shader graphs aren't quite ready for commercial production here. If you can't make your shader graphs neat and readable...
I mean, I imagine this is the kind of thing they probably just put a junior to do, didn't they?
Yeah. But yeah, with the concept of fire doors and stuff, like, sure, but that means that for some reason you're wearing a fire suit and smoke does you in. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's more that it stops the smoke from spreading, right?
So what? Who cares?
don't know.
Yeah, but this is my question. The thing is, if you say can you, the answer is always yes, I can. Whatever you want, yes, it can be done. That's just quite frankly a statement of just fact. Is it fun? Is it compelling? Will you go, oh, that's brilliant? Now, if you don't have fire suits for whatever reason, you're having to manage O2 and hovering around in smoky areas is bad, and then fire doors are part of the game, that could be cool. I mean, you have issues because then I have to synchronize the doors over the internet, for example.
Yeah.
See, for some reason, this fragment doesn't have a normal thing. I mean, it does say distortion only, unlit. I just want the distortion. I don't want it to output anything. Just want the distortion. But yeah, the problem is it's not outputting here. Here we go. Right. Now I've twiddled with that. Now I actually have somewhere to hook it up to, which is the distortion. I think I know what they were trying to do, which is you want to take the red and the blue. So what you actually meant to do is hook up the red. Oh, no, they're in the... And the blue and the green is recombined. That gives me an RG out, which I can hook up to the distortion. And I can hook up the albedo, but I don't want the albedo. I just want the distortion. Am I using the right shader here? Partial unlit distortion, yeah. Okay, there it is. Oh! See, this is the problem with Shader Graph. They've hidden so it looks here, but it doesn't do anything. And I double click on this, and then inside here is a whole bunch of shit that was hidden away. I don't know what all this bollocks is. Scene color? As far as I can work out, there's a distortion parameter, and I should just fill it full of that. It's one of those, if I can just get it to do something, I can progress. But right now, it's not doing anything. I'm not even sure this will work with volumetric because I have a funny feeling the distortion pass will oh, that should happen. Yeah, happen during that bit. Okay. HDRP distortion shader. Right, there we go. Great. First hit, Unity Asset Store. Unity HDRP distortion shaders. Yeah, but I mean I might do. As I've said before, it's quicker for me to spend €5 doing this than spending any time on it. I changed my Unity password very recently. Something like the old one. I don't know if it's that one. Oh right, yes. with an exclamation mark, of course. That's the effect I'm kind of wanting, you say. They did spell bulge wrong.
With B.
Bulge. But this is the thing. I really think that Unity should be supplying me with the fucking bare minimum of this stuff. Like, this should just not be a... Oh, this is a fucking screen space one. Yes, why would you do a screen space one?
You get a sweet distortion going on. Right? The only problem is that you get these art edges. The way we solve it is super simple. We got this alpha mask.
He's using the new system. No, I'm not touching up the barge pole. Like the new particle system, I'm just avoiding that for as long as possible. Genuinely. Oh my. Well, you saw. So, bear in mind, I've been using Unity for a decade, maybe 12 years. When I bang into a brick wall like I did on that. So, on the current particle system, you say, do a particle and make it have gravity and use this material and make it bounce off the walls. In the new system, you have to say, hello, renderer, here is the concept of textures. Like, what the fuck? Like, you have to start at absolute base.
That's the same guy, by the way.
Yeah, it's the same video, yeah.
UI blur.
Yeah, that might work. I wonder if I can just...
Or just make it like world space.
No, God, no. Well, no, it has to be world space, not screen space. That would be terrible. Someone's just basically saying use an unlit one, click the distortion button. Blur parameters will have an effect only on the distortion if the rough distortion frame setting is enabled. Well, let's not do that then. Now I'm just using the regular shader. Someone sent. Ensure distortion is enabled in the pipeline asset. You really think it would error if that was the case, going, it is not enabled. But as I saw last time, when I had the fucking what was it called? Diffusion parameters going, oh well, you haven't enabled them, so therefore we'll just draw nothing. There is blood and gore, but I don't know if I'm going to be keeping it. So somewhere in this dialog box, now distortion ticked. I can be quite surprised it wasn't. But I have just created a new shader. I'm very confused how you can have a distortion shader without a normal input though. Oh, distortion vector map RGB. Ah, right now we've got something. But this is what I mean, by the way, about not wanting to start with this for Fortress Craft, because I need to understand what I can do and what I can't do. Ah, that's interesting and very weird. So if I do that, so the blur goes up, but it's doing a very shitty job of it. So I turn the blur off, cool, and the distortion up. Yes, that's more what I wanted. I wonder what this number here is. That's one and go, but I was kind of expecting that to be in the Again, I don't... Okay, what does it want me to put? Have we got a pure black texture? Okay, a pure white texture. Grey texture. I don't want to see anything. I just want the distortion. But the distortion appears to be being the alpha. So I make the particle... Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not. What are these two numbers? This is... Unity distortion vector map. HDRP uses the red and green channels this texture fits within, and uses the... Oh, for fuck's sake. Why would you do that? Why would you invent a new type of texture? So Unity does this sometimes. It just goes, oh, create all these new things. I have 1,000 fucking normal maps. All right, that's 2 and -1. Right, so that should...
Oh, there you go.
Not quite, no.
Oh.
Sort of.
Huh?
Yeah, but like that's not the shape. That's the problem. Is it's using blue for the. Let me tone down the emission because. But like, what's it doing? Where's it grabbing that crap from?
I think it's because on the web page you had up, the map type it's using doesn't use just blue. It uses like this is green. It uses the green and red as well.
Yeah, so I use the red and green there, but
oh, okay. Oh.
The problem I've got is if I'd say, "Hey Todd, you know all the normal maps we've ever done? Yeah, go and do them again, but using a different like what the fuck?"
Using a different color.
So the thing is, it should have an option. I've noticed with the mask map, I want to be able to give Unity an alpha map, a blur map, a gloss map, a specular map. It's just as grayscale, and it creates the map internally. Don't make me create the map in fucking Photoshop. That's not at all doing what I want it to. But I do need the... See, what that should do, and isn't, is it should be multiplying the distortion effect by the alpha. So where the thing is completely transparent, it doesn't have any distortion. And where it's completely opaque, it's fully distorted. Otherwise, you get these horrendously nasty edges. HDRP distortion map example, like oh dear, Unity's Google thinks that displacement and distortion are synonyms. No, they aren't. I mean, one good thing, I guess, you can share a texture. Oh wait, hold on. This is someone. Yeah, see that's kind of where that's kind of what I want, like that, like wibbliness, just like that.
Wibbly wobbly tiny wimey.
I don't want to do either of these things. Is the right account? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm on the wrong Chrome thingy. That looks like the right thing, by the way, because it looks like someone's responded with, it doesn't work. So where's that picture that Google showed me? I want that picture. There you go. There's a picture. I click on it, and it takes me to here. which does not have that picture on it. Oh, I might be using a slightly older one. Package manager. Worst thing Unity ever did was go with packages. Really? No hits for HDRP. Are you sure? What's it under then? This is the worst thing because, oh, it's an example package. It's what? Called exactly what, you utter bellends. Samples. Right, here we go. So this might be more updated than what I've got. One hopes. I guess I've got 2 now. So that looks... Right, let me delete those. Because these are the ones that I've grabbed, let's say, off the internet. But let's use the latest official ones. What is this? Shader graph, particle lit. Please be set up. That's not right, but it's not far off. Right, so this is a lit particle with no normals. Shit. Need to revert that then. Maya, I am doing due diligence into particle lit normal. Actually, did I write that? It's possible I wrote that. Yeah, I wrote that. That'd be why. Fine. Let's use the distortion from the new one. Yeah, so this is due diligence on HDRP stuff for the eventually for Fortresscraft, but for right now, because I'm having a year from Fortresscraft. Let's just delete the lit distortion. Let's just delete the distortion ones because it does seem to be getting confused a little bit. And hope. I was really expecting it to break then. Did I just delete the wrong ones? No, I don't think so. Right, so I select that shader. That is the proper one. That's cool. It still doesn't work. It still samples the normal map and then does nothing with it. Which is annoying because their example looks fucking ace. Their example is exactly what I'm after. And I go, yeah, that. And it goes, yeah. Oh, this wibbly wobbly heat effect. That's exactly what I want. And I was going to do some sparks. What time is it? Yeah, I probably have time to do some sparks. If you want some. Well, I'm going to have to do a sarcastic tweet at him.
The best kind of tweet.
I'm confused how you got this to work, as the normal texture isn't hooked up and the shader isn't even marked as having distortion on. Because it just doesn't work. Like, they sample the normal map, They combine it, but then they don't output it because the fragment shader is not set to have distortion on. So this can never work. It is not possible for it to work. It's not me being stupid. They haven't finished it or they've broken it. This is now the latest one. I'll tell you what. Let's sack this off. Let's do some sparks because I like sparks. We'll come back to that one. Hopefully they get back to me because often, sometimes, if you email them, if you tweet them directly, you can actually get a response. I want to go shader graphs. So the problem is I now have 3 unlit particle shaders, and I really want to use the right one, which is going to be this one. Text sheet animation off. I'm a bit confused at the... Okay. And this is what I mean about the new particle system being a pile of shit. Because here I can just go external forces. Oh, no, not that one. Sorry. Noise. And we will have... remember the particles at the end of Valheim when you die? There you go. That's not right, but that means I can tweak it so it does what I want it to do. And the new particle system, it just massively involves screwing around with stuff yourself, which I just quite frankly I don't want to do. There we go, we've reversed gravity. Let's crank the mission up to 20. And now I need to... How are we emitting? Oh, yeah, so that's right. I just want to add a little bit of noise into that. Not quite right, is it? We're going to want it more excitingly coloured than that, aren't we? Probably not like that, though. I'm reading. Render mode stretched. So let gravity do that. That should work more or less as if it's the particle is cooling. I want lots of gravity.
Just playing with particles is a lot of fun.
It is. Oh, you can't have a negative gravity curve. Oh, it's going up like that and then start at -1? No. What?
Does it let you do the opposite?
Oh, there we go. But I want to start at -1 and then go to 0. But for some reason, it's not working. And I can't go... But see what I mean about I can drag a graph around and have it in real time re-update. Whereas the new one, I have to. It's like if one change is a 7 to 10 second turnaround. Like, I'm not touching it with the barge pole, not until it's much less. Ah, there we go. That's all. I want the particles to move quickly to begin with, and then to sort of slow down. They're now a little bit intense. Yeah, that's not bad, is that? Sort of fire sparks. Now, can I get away with dropping the quality? Because, as I said before... Ah, yeah, there you go. Quite happy with that. Let's pop that in as part of the burning simulation. First of all, we need to... So as I said earlier, I'm good at developing systems that scale well. So there you go. I've now added a new thing called Flame Sparks. That matches that name. That one. Burn effect sparks. I need to hook up which effect that is. Then I need to question why Unity is burning effect. Really, Unity, really. I've only got one instance of this within my document. Really. What's it talking about? Oh. Okay, maybe it was right. Not the point. Yeah, that would explain why the fire was a bit intensive. That was the explosion effect triggering every frame. So that will help. Yeah, because that one, maybe that one's even... Make that one. There you go. That's what. So that was the... That was the explosion. And then the ongoing flames, I will probably now need to make a whole bunch bigger. Right, let's see how this is working. Not really how fire works, anyway. Don't see any sparks. But we'll... Oh, did I not save? But yeah, I can add in new particle systems and hook them up in under a minute. He said in face of all the evidence. Oh, I forgot to tell the barrels what type of fire to put out. Sparks, that'd be why.
Hot kind.
Well, no, because they use object ignite fire, object flames, smoke particles, and they also need to do flame sparks. Because if this was like a toxic cannon, so I might want green flames, or if something's much bigger, I can't use the same particle system this. I would need to use a much bigger fire. So that's big what it was. Ah, I quite like that too. They probably last too long, and they're probably a little bit too violent on the movement, and my frame rate has probably just dropped to horrible. Yeah, 40. So I need to aim for about 300 FPS to give people who don't run on a... What am I on? Is it 3070, 3080? I can never remember. Who aren't running on a 3080, a chance of actually playing the game. So that's always a pain. This is what detail settings are for. That's right, but it's not quite up fast enough, is it?
Is that a common issue?
You tell me. Gravity. Now that looks all right. But in VR, this should be awesome. If I can get the performance up, I get it to look like this in VR. It should be great.
I remember I used to have issues with VR with particles, where like the when I tried to do smoke when I last.
When you rotate it, it rotates. Yeah, that's easy. Under the rendering, you need to tick.
He's like, "Where's the tick? Where's the tick?"
Is it just? Might be only under billboard. Yeah, render alignment. Local. It's one of these. You got to. I can't remember which one it is. Otherwise, when you rotate your head, the particles rotate with your head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I remember I was playing with it, and some of them were like, "Oh wait," and now it just looks flat when I move around it.
Okay, there's my torch.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that looks cool. Me likey. But yeah, if I can now go through to, oh, that looks really. I'm really happy with this. I'll be even more happy if I can just stop playing. Let's run it again at full screen, and I'll try and show the two rooms. So this is the room with all the fire and the murder and the death in it. Yeah, Firefighters. I like that name, but we'll see. So this room is now getting thick and foggy, and again, I'm hoping to be able to split the Fortresscraft universe up into sections and generate fog volumes like this. So as you can see now, this has got very thick and foggy. Whereas I go into here, it's clear, and the fog is in here. So it's volumetric fog, it's area based, and I love it. And my frame rate is so my frame rate in this room is 150. My frame rate in this room is much lower. I will be making a build of this for Patreons at the end. You won't be able to do anything more than you see here. You'll be able to run it, but if anybody wants to feedback on performance, going, dude, or wow, it runs great on my computer, that would be cool. I don't know what the performance issue is. I mean, that is also an important point. I have no idea what is making it run slowly. Is it the physics objects? Is it the smoke particles with collision? Is it the decals? I just don't know. Unfortunately, I'm sort of getting to the point where the next step is either a proper scene or networking. So, in theory, I could do what you're saying. So, in theory, if I make the fog super thick, I can. No, I can't. I can't do what I was about to say. Oh yeah, I can. So what I could do is I can make the fog like that. So I mean, I think this is what Brett was potentially suggesting. Instead of the fog getting thicker, the fog just drops like that. Which is fine in theory, but in practice only works in certain situations. So rooms that are square, for example. But that
could you do both?
Yes.
both, right?
Yeah, but we're obviously already having performance issues. But in theory, the fire room wouldn't get foggier. What would actually happen is the smoke would just drop from above. So if I put that back to not foggy, and then I just say fire room ceiling smoke. Like put this to much thicker. So what you're suggesting is something like, as you're playing it, the smoke begins to come down like this. And potentially just continues to go down. And then there's the other end of it, like that. Oh, I know how... I know. Oh, I'm well aware how smoky it gets. That's not the point. I wasn't planning on doing that because, bear in mind, that works great for a square room. It probably won't work in any other situation, particularly. But would look cool. Because obviously, I can actually make it move. But then as the fog... It's the room that catches fire again. I don't know. Can I see? Oh, I didn't even... I mean, it seems I can actually... Oh, see, that's tempting. Like, if I tell it to rotate constantly, this could look very good. But I am limiting myself to certain layouts. I need to tell it not to be a volumetric volume. Possibly. I am concerned about performance in a lot of things, and now I am stacking Rakehouse volumetric fog volumes of each other. But your suggestion is... see, that does look really good with it moving as well. By the way, it's still holding onto the camera. I don't know. I mean, it's 38 frames per second with them both on. Yeah, there's a definite frame hit associated with both of them, but... I think I'm going to have to think about it. But it does look good up there, just with it swirling and spinning. But I am now running at 40 frames a second. I'm just gonna... Pardon me. Let me turn off the collision on the smoke set, because that's my suspicion. So at 40-ish. No, it's not that. That's a bit though, but... The usual thing, I go, why is it running slowly? And Unity goes, the editor's slow. The afterglow of the light looks a bit weird. That is unfortunately the nature of volumetrics. That was to show that it doesn't really work. Alright, so why are we only doing 50 frames per second? Maybe I should be doing a GPU grab as well. Yeah, I like the smoke dropping, but then I am stacking two types of fog. Or I only have the dropping one. I guess that is a possibility. Okay, we're down to 32 frames a second then, so why? Like, you know, something. Doesn't help that the editor was slow there. But the player loop's slow. Oh, right. So we're waiting for the graphics card is the short answer. And this is where Unity falls over. It has a profiler, and it will just boil down to, oh, we're rendering. That's why it's slow. Like, yeah, no shit. But exactly why. Render main camera, deferred lighting, Deferred lighting compute. Right, it's slow because we've got lighting. I'll get another grab with deep profiling on, see if I get any more information. But I don't. Is this generating the shadows? Because I don't need the shadows in all these lights, and I probably would. But I think that ceiling smoke does look good, and I think I'd rather the ceiling smoke than the colliding smoke. Right, 15 frames a second. Why are we slow? Right, so spending 5 milliseconds on particles. Right, we're spending 5 milliseconds in collision, so that's going to go. Much as I like it, that can't stay. And the rest of the rendering is in prepare lights, right? So shadows. See, this is the thing. It takes 3.7 milliseconds to prepare the lights, of which 2.2 was in prepare light data, and 1.1 was in pre-process. Cool. Inside this, it's nearly all in update shadow request, but it's just never any use. These are all useless bits of information. But yeah. But let's get rid of the collision. Thank you for popping by, Darren. Didn't I have that other demo particle system to show the... As I turn them on. I got rid of that. Okay. Yeah, I like the idea of the particles colliding, but that's too expensive. Maybe next year. Now, how can I set this up? I'm trying to work out how to code this. I do like it. Because the volumetric stuff is, I mean, when it's completely unlit, unsmoky, it's there. The problem is I can't have anything above it because it's fundamentally up there. So I can't have stacked rooms. It just won't work. Not really, because bear in mind, I'm struggling. And I'm on a 3080, and if I'm struggling on a 3080, there ain't much to go up. Potentially for later on, though.
Alright, I'll be off.
Alright. Well, thank you for popping by.
See you later.
Now, I can do it like this. So we're at 50, so I do it at -7, I think it will be, out of 7. The problem I have with this is we've got two options that I will try and explain here. So if we start the fog up there, and as the room gets foggier, drop it, until it's at full fogginess, it's there. Then as the fog dissipates, then the fog will start to go back up again. Which is not what it would actually continue to drop and drop off the bottom, but that's actually quite tricksy. I can do it, but I can't do it without, I can't think how to do it without making it really obvious how I'm doing it. Now, bear in mind the fog is a box. The fog is literally a box. Like, that is the fog there. I've just made the box bigger. What you've just described is something that you need a Hollywood level computer and 20 minutes per frame to do. But this is the weird thing. I mean, not having a go at you, Jay, of course. What you've just asked for is fucking impossible. Yet what I am showing you on screen is mind-blowing that I can do that. But the moment you show somebody anything, they're like, can you make that a lot better? Like, what I have, I am honestly blown away with the fact that I can do this. So Zebra, you want the fog to come down from the ceiling. Cool. So you want the fog to come down from the ceiling, and then as it dissipates, fade it out. That's not how it works. What happens if something starts to get smokier in the game? Because all I have is a smokiness factor of a room from completely smoky to completely unsmoky, which is cool. But that's a forwards and a backwards thing. So I can easily make it so the fog comes down and the fog goes back up again. But that will look stupid. I can't make it go down and then go down again, because if it starts to get foggy, the fog will just start to come back up. And I don't have any concept of an exit state or an entry state. I mean, I guess I can, actually thinking about it. So, public game object, ceiling smoke child. But yeah, you're all very right. I think this does look excellent. No. What do you mean? Is fire extinguished? What does that mean? What fires? What happens if the player picks up a barrel and carries it into the room and starts the fire going off again? No, it doesn't matter. That's not a solution. What happens? There's a barrel at the top of the stairs and it explodes into a new room. That's not a solution. This is, I mean, you can't just say the room is on fire. The room is not on fire. What you're seeing is a demo room. It's not the game at all. That just doesn't work. If ceiling smoke child is not null, then child density equals ceiling smoke child dot component density volume map. But I think I've worked it out. The height of the smoke it's just going to go back up as it clears. Float LR ceiling smoke density equals time since last burnable divided by 4. 16 has to clear. Okay, that last one's more density. If their last ceiling smoke density is less than 0, equals 0, and all of this is only if we have a child. Bear in mind, none of this applies to Fortress Craft because that is a dynamic world and I can't make these sort of things. That might do something. I'm sure stuff will go in the wrong direction. To do, start off. But this will come down and go up. That's going to look stupid. But I'm halfway there. I need to come down but not go back up and then change the box. You can see there, you can see the spinny box representing the other volume. Think about that. Until it stops at 0. Problem, so it will start to fade that out, but only after the last thing has stopped burning, which is possibly not a bad problem. But it will start to go up in a moment. But that might not look bad, or it might look ridiculous. Okay, it's been 13 seconds since anything was burned. I'm quite pleased with how that looks, though. It's now been 30 seconds since something was burned. Oh, doing something. Oh, yeah. The idea is I want it to look difficult to see. I don't want you to be able to pick through. It's supposed to be smoky. It will just clear. I say it will clear. Oh, I forgot to set the density. That'll be why. Dot parameters dot mean free path equals LSE density. Maybe. The lights have an increasing chance of going wrong as they catch fire. But bear in mind, you won't see the temperature. I've just chosen a temperature things to burn at. So I can have it so paper catches fire more easily than steel. The other thing is, at the edges of the room, the smoke moves quicker than in the middle. Okay, that's still not working. Fire room volume. Should be. Oh, oops. I did it within the clamp. There we go. This should hopefully fade the smoke in as it comes down and fade it out as it goes up. But what I actually want to do is store the lowest it's ever been and then never make it go back up. So if for some reason you put more smoke in, the smoke will appear in the old way, but that's going to be rarer. Now I don't know if this will scale up to a room with 30 games. A game with 30 rooms, sorry. Well, that worked so well I didn't even notice it because I was distracted by how the smoke particles were moving. I just toggle the... Yeah, so you can't actually see the ceiling smoke now. That's just the main smoke. And... stuff is still burning, obviously. There we go. 1, 2. Right, so now stuff hasn't been burned in a while. So now the smoke is getting more intense. Okay, that's wrong, isn't it? Yeah, Axion. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Fortress Craft was written a long time ago, was started a very long time ago. And technology has moved on. But this is what I want the underground caverns to look like. I want you to see ore extractors off in the distance. I want you to see stuff swirling through the fog and looking terrifying. Well, I've got this the wrong way around, though, so let's fix that. So it's probably 2 plus. That should be 10 seconds to clear. Let's try that again. Well, yeah, I mean, this is why I am doing this. So when I go into Fortresscraft, I don't just go, well, this is what I did last time. That's what I'm doing now. I'm hoping to ship this as a game so I can make some money off that. Even if not, this is good due diligence. This is also kind of fun. But I actually have a fairly good idea for a game using this audio. That came down very quick. See, the problem is it's a bit obvious what's going on. So now we've got the issue that both the smokes are stacked on top of each other. So you can't see, which is possibly fine. You can't see shit in a smoky room. I mean, you can when it's up close. And then it should start to clear slowly. Yeah, it is. Now, the problem is that the smoke will lift up at the moment, which I think will look stupid. I'm not sure about the player's light either. That actually worked a lot better than I had in mind. Had envisaged, sorry. Probably because it's fading out and rising up at the same time. Right, let me turn the player's light off because I think it's crap. Right, I'll turn off the volumetrics. We obviously still want the light. But it may be, of course, that I go down this path. I start Fortresscraft and then I have to delay the game by 2 years to optimize it and or wait for the hardware to catch up. Because right now, I was lucky enough to get... Oh, let me fix the smoke particles. I was lucky enough to get a 3080. I didn't go to buy a 3080. I went to buy something else. And they happened to have a 3080 in stock. So I was like, I'm getting it. So my 3080, to give you an idea of how bad the video card market is, and bear in mind also my 1070 was on its way out, and I use computer graphics all day long. It's not, I'm going to play games for an hour. This is my work. I paid 800 quid for my 3080, and the video card market is so fucked up, right, that I didn't even feel bad for that. That felt like pretty good. Yeah, it's the smoke's coming down too quickly, and I'm not sure what I can do about that. Apart from make the smoke engage slower, because I can set the size of the room. So if I say to the game that the room is 250, it will fill with smoke slower. No, MSRP is 550, I think. No, I paid like 250, 300 quid over MSRP. I think something, I can't remember exactly. And I didn't feel ripped off. That's how fucked up the video card market is right now. Too obvious? Too bright? I think it's actually going to struggle to get down. Obviously, I'd need to tune it. Rooms with an awful... That looks pretty good, though. Let's set those to 125. So, Zebra, bear in mind, that smoke is a box that I'm just spinning. So not really. It's a box. It's just a box that spins. Also bear in mind, I've zero idea how this is going to run in VR. I'm putting 55 frames a second now. But that is giving the effect that you wanted, and I think it's actually pretty good. But what I might do is put them in at one at half the rate of the other. Ceiling smoke is twice as dense as the Again, I repeat what I said about Jay. I am showing you stuff now that is absolute state-of-the-art volumetric rendering. And you're like, can you make all the particles move in a swirly way? No, this is just a big 3 texture that's spinning around. So that's pretty good. The top of the room looks a bit smoky. Also, these things don't burn very long. Like, normally they would burn for a lot longer than this. You have to go put them out. Right, so now I've reduced that. Let me put it back down again. So now the room is 75 big. Now, if I remove more barrels from this room, but this is a simulation. If I remove barrels from this room, it won't get so foggy. If I put more barrels in, it will get foggier. I can make the particles faster. Yeah, the problem is if I do that, it's liable. I need to spawn more particles because they're going to be quite obviously bot apart. That's my mouse cursor. So we are beginning to recover now. 12, 13. So the ceiling smoke is starting to move upwards. Now, I don't know whether this is going to look stupid or not, because it fades at the same time. So you might never notice, but this does potentially limit the types of scene that I can put together. Yeah, exactly, Deborah. That's exactly the game I want. You extinguish something and you hear a row of barrels explode somewhere in the room and flamey stuff. That's exactly what I want in VR. That looks good, though. I mean, this is. I mean, someone suggested earlier that we should be able to turn the vents on in order to get them to in order to get them to extract the room. We're not actually using time since last burnable in a minute. But I will make a build of this after the stream. Let me just think about doing that now while I remember. Hopefully I get response, by the way, because I did just tweet at the interview people going, because they're like, we've done this shader graph, and I'm like, it's not possible. Like, what you have shown me is physically not possible. But I've already sarcastically had a go at people going, this doesn't work. But yeah, so again, if I walk into this room is not smoky because nothing's caught fire in this room. And this is clearing nicely. And subtly. I think that works. So, let me try. This might kill everything dead, but I'm going to try it anyway. Let me commit first before I do anything that I just started with the phrase, this might kill it dead. And I also need to... What's it you're complaining about? One of these. That's the one. The SVN has one annoying thing. It will say a message like, this file is marked for add, but it's missing. And there isn't an option to just mark, whoops, I've deleted it, don't worry about it. Like, it just panics. But I do want to commit what I've done, because I have done quite a lot here. My God, that's slow. 150k a second? Yeah, I will probably be streaming this a lot more. I am enjoying it. Apparently you guys are also enjoying it. What I want to do is I want to quickly smash in a demo scene and then set that on fire, and that's pretty much going to be the end of the stream. But I'll make sure it's safely on the internet before I start considering breaking anything locally. Yes, I am speaking from experience. Yeah. I don't really want to revert robot speech. I actually want to delete it. I mean, I did enjoy Visceral Cleanup Detail last night because we played it, and that is definitely an inspiration for this. But there's lots of stuff I think not do better, but lots of things that I don't think were done very well in that. And I would like to see about potentially improving upon that. Also, let me try turning the shadows off on these lights to see if I get any performance back. If I turn the shadows off, you can't tell. You just don't get that nice look. Okay, so what I want to do, I do have a demo scene. Which I've lost. Ah, there it is. Scenes. Demo. So this is a demonstration scene that's been put together for one of the asset packs. If you played Adapter, You'll recognize this. But this is all real time. There's no bake lighting. So in theory, I could mark it all up correctly. And in theory, I could... Why am I not seeing the volumetrics there? There we go. See, oh, look at that. So you can see the volumetric shadows just going through the air. That is beautiful. That I really like. I'm not one for subtlety, but that's a me issue. Yeah, there's a little room here. It's even a well-designed level. This is the interesting thing. So one of the things you want to do when you're designing a level is color code areas. Brown area, grey area. So you don't notice it, but when you're going around, as you go from room to room, it's changing. You start to get a mental picture of what goes where, which really helps. As I mentioned before, this was done pre-volumetrics. You've got this amusing issue that these lights here are very obviously hovering in the middle of the room. But I was sort of considering popping my fire barrels in here and seeing what happened. So if I just go demo 1, edit. Come on, Unity. So I only want that room there. Don't want to get rid of that volume, but I want kind of is there a button to hide it? There isn't. I guess I could just disable it and I can't highlight it. I just wanted a small area of, I'll say, reasonable quality. Oh, of course, yeah. If I hit play, what's going to happen? Because I've already edited objects that exist in this scene. Like these boxes are now physics boxes. What amused me when people go, "Oh, your physics are floaty." Like these boxes are. I know it looks floaty, but these boxes are the right size for a box. They are. Let's say they're a meter. They fall at 9.7 meters per second. That's how a box would act there. It isn't floaty. I'm back. Hopefully the two streams have dovetailed together. So all I want to do then is take this demo room and then pop that in there. Yeah, I just stopped and started the stream. I don't know why. Why a visual scene? So. Okay. Just edit the ceiling out now. Okay, cool. It's whining at me that I've got too many shadow casting lights, which is odd because Unity has done something with its lighting engine that is not really. It's very vague. Like we get too many things requesting shadows, and I can't, as far as I can tell, for example, say right. Well, then just take it in turns. I don't really mind if the shadows only update half as often, or a quarter as often, and keep the frame rate up. I'd much rather that than suddenly things just don't get any shadows at all. But in this game, I would need to sort of pick and choose which of these lights should actually have shadows and which ones don't. So these ones, there's no point in having shadows on these. So I'm going to need to just do a quick whoosh over. You'll never notice. Like here, if I flip it off and on, yeah, see, there's the difference the shadows make. Enormous performance hit. Actual visual change, virtually nothing. I'm assuming Unity does smartly manage which lights are casting shadows and stuff, but it just went error, error, but not in a good or useful way. You can go, and you can go, and yes, you can stay. Alright, it's running alright, even with all of these lights. So, can I, first question, can I put the player into this room and does it work? You can't jump or anything like that. So this is like the third game I've used this scene in, by the way. This is a great scene, great asset pack, really, really nice. I mean, it's not as good as Doom, but it's probably better looking than, you know, Visceral Cleanup Detail. Oh, I can go upstairs, cool. So here we go, this is going to be the scene we're going to set fire to. Looks alright. Now, right now we only have one type of barrel that explodes. I will need to make some more. And I might end up starting to use this scene. Okay, let's call this prefabs to make. Because we want all these barrels. These are the wrong type of barrel. These can't explode. These are all of these cylinders. You know, these will become explodable things. I think all I need to do now is just grab all my first set of exploding barrels. Draw over here. And part of the issue is, of course, the lights are in completely the wrong place. So I need to ensure that if the Inferno rages out of control, all the lights get knackered. So all the lights are real time in this, which is maybe something I will regret. The idea there is that when you start off, it's all brightly lit, and when you finish, it's not so much. Right, let's see. Well, let's see what happens. My first guess is they're just going to all fall through the floor. Now, these do not exist within a smoke volume, so that needs to be set up in a moment. I say, that's pretty good. Grab some more. Let's... It's worth doing. It's worth overdoing. But yeah, I will also need to just spend a whole bunch of time just making variants on these barrels. You know, there's lots and lots of work to be done. I should probably also make it so that if an object receives a big impact, it could potentially catch fire. That. You, I think, are a physics object. Yes, you're a non-burnable physics object. But this is where I need to start beginning to think about how we'll design the levels. And one of the things I do is move this computer out of the way. Stick it in there. And then to set those barrels on fire, best way is to have some barrels underneath them that catch fire. Or another object. So I need to design the levels so they sort of ripple generate. Now, one of the cool things, it's going to be quite emergent. It won't be the same every time. Physics are not that accurate. Sadly? Possibly not sadly. So I will be a little bit at the mercy of, sometimes it'll be a lot easier than others. So I suspect I will also need some form of scripted thing. So some things are guaranteed to explode. Messed that one up, haven't I? That's easy. I should just be able to revert all of those barrels. No. But this is going to be the time-consuming part, as with adapter, is now I just need to run it. If it doesn't work, tweak it, run it again. Doesn't work, tweak it, run it again. Oh. Always turn the particles on and the lights. I didn't actually set anything else on. Oh, yes it did. Never mind. Never mind. But this is how it looks with just particles, you see. Which is alright. I don't worry, that doesn't look bad. I've even got the light sources going through the particle, the smoke. That was unnecessarily challenging. But I would consider that last gen. At best, that's last gen. Henry, if it's there, does smoke really go upwards that quickly? I hadn't even something across my mind as the smoke doesn't. There you go. That's last gen. That's what a game like Hazardous Cleanup Detail, Viscera Cleanup Detail would do. Now, how am I going to... So let's try it for the moment. Demo, room, volume. Maybe initially just do this as the whole room and we'll have a go. What time is it? I still got, 20 minutes or so. I need to make the fog volume approximately cover that. And it looks like this is still, I can still make it about 15 meters high. I can also just fire off all the barrels at once. I should probably put that as a cheat key, actually. But not really. So there you go. Now we've got volumetrics. Already this looks more interesting and more misty. And then interestingly, that's not as thick as I was expecting. Let's see how it goes. I'm also slightly curious because this barrel, the light should be let's make it smokier. Oh, I remember what I was going to do. I was going to sign into Steam. It was something. Now that looks so much better. I mean, you can't see fuck all, but can you in a fire? But then there you get all of the lovely lighting and the rays all casting. And my frame rate's still 40 and I'm rendering 2 scenes. As for, I'm on free aspect. Or my frame rate's 70 if I'm just running the 1 scene. That looks great. That looks absolutely super. I'm super happy with that. Also, it will be, yeah, that's interesting. I need to twiddle the height of it because it's now a bit thinner at the bottom. But I'm so happy with the way the lighting looks here. Okay, so again, a lot of what I'm doing is I'm just practicing for the main event. There you go. Now the fog should actually hit the floor. Oh, thank you for the follow, Borat. Much appreciated. It's Naz. Unless that's your real name, in which case I completely apologise. You must have heard so much. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really aiming at this point for visual quality. It's more sort of tech quality. Let me also, while I'm here, too much, still too much, still too much. Yeah. Okay, let's overdo it. I like that. I like the. I can't quite see it. The reflection of it. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't even know what scenes I'm going to use. I'm not really sure or anything. This is just tech. I think the next step, which might be tomorrow, I'm not 100% sure yet, but one of them will definitely be English. It will definitely be networking. Right, let's make this. So one of the things I am happy about is I have got a fairly good workflow for making things burnable. And I need to make sure my statement is true. So we've now got a new burnable object. It just needs to know what its burn light is. Everything else should just work. So all of those are now burnable objects. Burnable. There it is. So these are actually in a different room. Oh, they're on the ceiling. Okay. Well, allow me to... But yeah, I think one of the more fun things for streams is probably watching me put together levels rather than coding. The ironic thing is I can't do it all day long because my wrist begins to ache. But yeah, where's the... See, this light here probably needs to go. Because this light here, it doesn't apply to anything. It's just a big light on the ceiling. And this one here, unfortunately, because I like that one. These ones probably want to be bigger, though. Maybe not that big. Interesting. That's It's, if anything, too evenly lit. Which is correct. The world, your world, should be evenly lit. That is what you strive for when you are making a room to be evenly lit. It just looks really cool when it's not. Okay, so with a bit of luck, some of these lights will catch fire now. If not, I can make them catch fire. I'll tell you what, I'm not sure I want to come in here when it looks like this. See this light, it's nearly, you can see it's 450. Is it going to catch? I was going to move it down because there's obviously lights on the ceiling will struggle to light, to catch fire. Yeah, you can't see fuck all. I think this is great. You can just about. Oh, see the glow. You see the glow of the light through there, but it didn't catch fire. But that one did. But this is what I want. I want when you're done, this to be just black and burnt out and dark. And then if there is a second phase to the level, not sure about yet, the plan would be to start to pull in portable lights and stuff, which would also look cool. But yeah, something's not on fire and has not been burned out. It should be nice and evenly lit. It should be a bright and shiny and sci-fi, and oh, this is nice. And potentially, when you start the game, you get. I guess I can't do a fly through for VR, but you want to see the level in all its pristine glory. I might reduce this just a little bit. That's what I see. That is bright. What's the word? Actinic? Actinic? Actually, hold on. While I think about it, I also want to decrease the... increase the drag on these, because they sort of wobble around way too much. Real objects don't really. Yeah. Actinic? Actinic? Is it ac or as? Is it like as in acetone? So those lights on the left, I'm sure, are going to burn. Yeah. But they flash and flicker as they go out. Now, if the place is on fire, the best thing you can do, of course, is to get the hoses in there and start to put the barrels out. Because the quicker you get the barrels out, the quicker the fog will start to subside. Actinic. It could be actinic. I don't know. I've never heard it said. I've only ever seen it written once, in fact, in the phrase, it was the kind of actinic light shining down from the UFO that would make Steven Spielberg reach for his copyright lawyer. Written by the late and great Terry Pratchett. I'm really happy with how this is. I am accepting criticism. What a terrible idea. That's amazing. How do I get it? Don't do it. You should do a racing game. Maybe don't come in from the top part, but go around to the bottom one. The fuck are you talking about? What? English. Also, I don't know what you're talking about. No. You're talking about level design. Level design, if this goes into a game, level design does not happen for months. All I've done here is I've copy-pasted a bit of a demo, chopped it all off, and just set up so I can set fire to it. Like, level design, I have no idea. Absolutely zero idea whatsoever how and where that's a thing. That's just so far away. I mean, the short answer is I don't know. I'll have to play test it. It's unlikely that I would be able to sensibly determine whether or not a player should be like the height of the smoke. That's just not a thing. A room has a smokiness value. It doesn't even a room. A box has a smokiness value. Is that box there? Sorry, is that box there? That has a smokiness value between not smoky and completely smoky. But there's no concept of like within that, like how smoky is it in this place. That's not a thing. I'm not planning on making that a thing. That's definitely getting the realms of that's too complicated. But yeah, I was just mentioning for the players, getting in and putting stuff out as quickly as possible is a good idea. If nothing else, because the smoke starts to clear sooner. I wish I could work out a way to justify this light being here. I just can't. Are there any light O2s in the scene? Yes. Yosh. Oh, that's these. Okay. I might just make us just another. There we go. I might just quickly light 03 large pink. I'm not sure what color I would call that light. When this was made, when this original scene was made, having a light floating in the air did make sense. It's just that now you can actually see where the light is. It doesn't make so much sense anymore. And then I just need to grab. Where's that light gone? It is. Component. Okay. Now get rid of the original pink light because the new pink light is now burnable. We do still have a whole bunch of random lights around. But because I'm not currently planning on baking the lights, these will need some lights, because they're just simply not going to too much. Right now there's no ability, for example, these screens to catch fire, then the screen go out. The light can go out, but the screen will remain on. Yeah, Zebra, unfortunately that involves making completely different levels. Because there's almost zero chance that a level that works for that is going to work for the other one. Like, it's going to be too damned easy. Given that, yeah, it'll blow up far too easily, I would say. I love how long it takes Unity to start up sometimes. I might tone down the smoke a bit as well. I think the smoke is probably a very expensive effect. I'll call it flip the barrel up onto the stand there. Light is showing through the wall onto the hallway? Yeah, because it hasn't got a shadow map turned on because it's too expensive. That's happened in every single computer game you've ever seen since the beginning of computer games. I like this because it looks like Terminator. It really looks like something from Terminator. I can't remember which bit I'm thinking of. So unfortunately, the larger the room, the worse the spinny effect is. So that needs to be tuned. I don't know where you're saying light is shining through the wall onto the hallway from here, though. Yes, I guess it is like the end bit. That's cool. What I like is this bit. If I just, I'll try and record another video because that one didn't really work. It's when I stop, it's from there back to the bang. There's your before and after, and I think that's cool. Ironically, I will probably also have to balance the lighting in the game twice. Once for all the lights on, and once for all the lights off. Yeah, I like that. That reset's quite cool. That unfortunately did not work. I was wondering though if I could put the camera a bit higher, so I'm not like to get quite like to get hit by smoke. Start the game up, let it settle. And then go to project settings, time, and I think I set the time to go to 10. So then I can hopefully record a video at 10 times speed. Now I'm quite pleased with that. Although you can see now it's even more obvious about the smoke rotating. So let's halve that. But that was quite cool. Come on, upload, I want to watch it again. What I like about it, this isn't pre-canned. This is random. This is procedural. These things are setting themselves on fire because they're programmed to set things near them that are kind of the same on fire. And I think that's awesome. These both need to be burnable though. You're going to need a light. I should be stopping very soon. I will upload a build of this. Probably I will upload the build. After I finish the stream. But if you are a Patreon, you will get access to this. You want to run around and play it, blow stuff up, go for it. There will be no more game than you can see. This is, there isn't like a hidden extra part of thing, it's this. But I have said that patrons do get access to the shit I do. And I am standing by that. Because you might go, you know what? This is brilliant. I really, really, this is so much fun. This is so cool. Or you might go, yeah. Or I've been playing it and it would be awesome if X, Y, and Z. You know, that's what one hopes. Let's take a rigid body on that. And that should then become, those should now be burnable objects. One hopes.
So, you know your cylinders that you've got on your cage thing that are there?
Yes.
Is there a way of getting them to fly across the room when they ignite?
Only by Andy reworking it. These are solid single objects.
Right, okay, so it's not like an asset with a load of objects in it.
No, that very rarely happens because it's very, very bad for performance. So you almost never do that. It will absolutely be a VR game. So, Zebra, I don't know if you watched Visceral Cleanup Detail or what was the other one we did? Pressure Washer Simulator. They are both brilliant games. And you know what would make them way better? VR. The fact they haven't got VR, to me, personally, is just shocking. Like, genuinely, I do not understand why they don't have VR. I converted something to VR recently. Oh, Sneaky Spaceships. Yes, component is new. So I converted Sneaky Spaceships to VR. The new VR, the new OpenXR stuff. And it took me, I don't know, 2 hours? And then another 2 hours to solve a scale issue. Not having VR support is mad. Being able to look one way and hold the hose pipe and fire in another, to me, is that's going to be awesome. Any more?
It would have been nice to have some form of depth perception in that as well, instead of just smashing everything with a mop.
Yep. Oh man, that looks so good. I keep leveling up, by the way. We've got a new bot and it keeps telling me I've leveled up.
Where is this, on Discord or?
Yeah.
What is that for then?
The leveling. I don't know. It's because we had that bloke join and spam everyone. That looks so
Oh, okay.
What am I building? I am still putting together a test area. Oh man, the performance is not all that. I'm still putting together a test setup for a visual tech prototype for a game. Why didn't this move? Oh, there's no rigid body. Ah. There is not. You are correct. Right, so all three of these things should be catch fireable now. Oh, not if it's static, it won't. But I mean, I have already prototyped a clone of Viscera Cleanup Detail in VR. Oh my god, is it easy? It's so easy. But because it's easy, you can then make a much more challenging game. So instead of it being a pain in the ass to pick up a dozen bullet shells, you have 100 bullet shells. Yeah, so I might tone down the smoke particles a bit, I rely a little bit more on the volumetrics, because volumetrics are a fixed cost, whereas the particle smoke is, I think, what's killing the frame rate. But performance is one of the last. Well, it's an ongoing thing, but it is one of the last things you worry about. Otherwise, you will be continually chasing performance. Let me also, the game prefab, particles, smoke particles. I hope you make them last a little bit less time, move a little bit quicker, and be a bunch more transparent.
With the smoke that comes out of the tanks on the stream, it looks a little bit chunky, like they're just blocks of gradiated colour dumped together.
Well, that's because the stream quality on Discord's quite a lot better than what you get on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, unless I drop a ground on a new streaming rig, this is about the best we're going to get. I could do with updating that, but this PC will be upgraded at some point this year, and it will probably become my new streaming encoder. But right, that's about the best quality I can get out of the streaming setup.
The smoke that I'm seeing on there now, like where you're looking at the top of the smoke, that looks fine. Is what's coming out of?
Yeah, I mean, it's just encoding. I mean, it looks how it looks. Not much I can do about that.
I think it's pretty neat though, the way that you've put that together this afternoon.
Oh, I did do a little bit on Friday, but yeah, it's mostly been today with the volumetric fog. This is the bit I like, when it's all done. The smoke is slowly clearing, very slowly. It will take about 2 minutes to clear, and that's probably too quick for an actual game. And then, let me just highlight them. And then oh, we're not going to get an outline for these. There we go. And then these are all the decals that have been created during this. So I'm considering having you cleaning it up. I don't know. I really like that in that game that we were playing. I forgot the name of it. Visceral Cleanup Detail. But I don't know whether or not I can particularly justify. You have to put the fire out and then for some reason clean the place. Like, it might be fun. It might not be fun to have to clean everything up and to fix all the broken lights. You know, even if it's just barotrauma style, screwdriver, and the light gets, and then the light comes back on, and fix it all up. I don't know.
Could you not do that as 3 different stages? Have like a fire crew, a cleaning crew, and then a repair crew.
Yeah, but my question is that fun? Am I putting together 3 times as much work for myself, and one of the stages is boring as shit? I don't know. So there are a lot of questions. Again, I could sit down for 5 minutes, write down ideas, and end up with enough work to keep me busy for the next 5 years. It's very easy to do that. I've got an idea is endless. The question is about spending time making sure that the ideas you do are the right ones and the best ones. And that's the hard part of writing computer games.
I think it could be fun, but I think some people may also find it a little frustrating, like having to do the same level 3 times.
Oh yeah, well no, because that's not how it works. But you're not doing the level. You are your first. If I do it like that, there's only 2 stages. Your first stage is put the fire out as quickly as possible, have the minimum amount of damage done to the level. There are probably critical systems that you need to keep cool, like spraying water on them. Some of the people will have to bring in supplies to the water, etc. And then the second stage is then clearing up the level, which is hosing out all of the scorch marks and fixing the lights. I mean, it's like Visceral Cleanup, you know, essentially it falls into 2 or 3 phases. But I don't know. My next step, which will probably be tomorrow, is really to network this and then to test whether or not the physics work at all. Because that's the thing. This is due diligence, rather than I'm embarking on a game I'm going to definitely ship. This is I've got an idea. I wonder if it will work. Might do, might not.
So is this something that you're later on planning to put into FC2?
Well, not the fire.
No, but like the smoke effects and the fog effects and that.
Yes, the volumetrics. I will be using a volumetric thing, yes. Yeah, like I'm assuming you're still on the stream. I don't know what you're talking about because that's literally how it works. Thicker, thinner. It doesn't help there's a lot more lights down there, but the yeah, let me overdo it. There you go. So we have thick fog up there, thick fog down here. So that's already how it works. The fog. Bear in mind, I haven't tweaked the size of this room. That looks so cool. So the fog. And let me run it again. I'll keep the fog box selected. And I am running out of time, so I will be gone. We will be back later on with some power washing, so if you want to watch me play computer games as well, I don't know why, we'll be doing that. But yeah, you can see that box up there. That box is the ceiling smoke.
Yeah. What is the other one that's coming out of the yellow containers? That's the one that looks
They can see it coming,
massive.
it's coming down there to the fog. Comes down.
Oh.
Now, one thing I can do is I can tweak the size of the room. So if I say the room is bigger, then the more things have to burn to fill the room up. So I would need to tweak, roughly according to how many burnables are inside each area, roughly how quickly the room fills up with smoke. 'Cause it's probably a bit quick right now.
Does the temperature also affect that, or is that just
Just an object emits smokiness. Just a smokiness factor. Yeah, that's better. That's slower and more subtle. You don't want to go, oh, it's on fire. Oh, it's smoky. You want to be, it's on fire. Keep putting it out. Keep putting it out. It's getting quite bad in here now. Sort of thing. Now, with a room like this is a poorly put together room from a gameplay point of view because it's one big room. But last thing I can do, just before I go, if I just quickly, it will be quick because I can smell food. If I quickly tweak this volume, oh, in fact, it is already quite piss poor. Where's that corridor? There it is.
so? If you've got like the multiple rooms, like what you've got there, can you have multiple fog boxes that? Instead of having one big one.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, this is one room, so there's one fog box. Yeah, so there you go. Now I've just got one... the fog box probably does a better job of covering the room. But yeah, I would need to design it around the game, because this is great for a demo, but this is no good for a game. This is one massive room, which will completely mull a performance. Where am I? There you go. So here's our room of horror, which is about to go up. Big bada boom. Fog comes in, down from the ceiling. But if I walk over here, hopefully... No, probably not. Maybe over here. So I need to tweak the box size, but down here I'm pretty sure it will work. So this is the one I actually bothered to check. Oh, that looks so good though. The lighting is just awesome.
It looks really nice, the way that way the lights come through it as well.
Yeah, well, you can see the edge of the fog there. Unfortunately, that's also the edge of the world. But it's not a well put together. Oh, yes. I forgot the ceiling smoke needs to be the same. That probably actually did work. I can check this room here, though. That's definitely outside of both of them. But yeah, I suspect if you're running, say, I think someone's on a 1050 Ti, I suspect you'll probably get about 5 frames a second out of this. I'm getting about 100. This is about half the performance I need. I usually aim for 200 to 400 frames per second on my computer, so on a normal computer, you'll be getting less. So yeah, this is thick. There you go. You can see this room here. You can see the fog fades out. So that half the corridor is thick, and this one's not.
Yep, I see it.
There's a little gantry bit, and then this room here. There you go. This room here is fine. There's no fog in the room. I will probably interlink the rooms. And someone also suggested that the interlinking could get interrupted by shutting doors. So you have fire doors that you shut that stop the smoke moving. Now, whether or not that's a cool gameplay feature or just boring tedium, I don't know, but I will have a think about it. Mostly, this is an exercise in shipping a network game written in HDRP. And obviously, yeah, you've got all the scorch marks all over the floor. Good. Right, I am going to go eat now. I will shove this up on the internet, though. I will put this scene up. I did put somewhere to put it. What's this called? So this thing is currently called HDRP Decal Fire. That is the name of the game that I'm writing. But I'll just put it together, and I will be back around later on if you want to come and play.
Yeah, I'll be about for some.
Yes. Content. That's the one. These. But yeah, the build will take quite a long time because this is the first time I've ever built this game, so it's not going to just go through. It will take a while. So I will start the build off now. I will up the build later on. If you are a Patreon, you will already have access to this. So, yeah. Thank you for watching. I will probably stream tomorrow. I'm going to think about networking tonight. I suspect that's the next task, is strip this level back to a boring room with one barrel in it and then write all the networking code. I have got a sort of drop-in networking library is overstating it, but I do already have a whatchamacallit, in English, it's not even a library, that's not the right term. I can drop in networking into games, hopefully without too much effort.
Repository?
Yeah, it's something a little bit less grand than a library. There you go, Malcolm. Hopefully you can see the smoke coming down there in that time lapse. Awesome. Right, I am off to eat my lunch dinner. I will see you guys hopefully later on. I'm streaming again in about 2 hours, fucking hell. But I'll be doing computer games, so that doesn't count. So hopefully see you in 2 hours of computer games, which doesn't count.